Before I start modeling the scene, I want to talk about some changes I've made to the set. One thing I did with the staging of this performance was to make sure that every section of the crowd is shown in the various shots. This allows the viewing audience to see a diverse crowd of spectators in the background. To make the background even more diverse, two quadrants of the background now have a portable stage that the background spectators are going to be scattered onto. It's the kind of stage you can expect to find in a dance studio, something that a DJ would set up his equipment on. I will be draping banner graphics on these portable stages. They will look something like this. This will add an extra element of design to the background and will also help to break up the positioning of the crowd of robot spectators in the background. I'm going to start by creating the 3-row aluminum bleacher platform that these guys in the background are going to be standing on. So the crowd has these guys on the floor, and then also on the floor are people kneeling and standing, and these guys up here are going to be on a 3-row bleacher, aluminum bleacher system. So I'm going to model it, UV it, and then go apply an aluminum material to it in Substance Painter. So let me get started. This is the reference I'm going to be using. So it's going to be something like this, or this, a lot simpler like this. It's not really going to be seen at all, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, right? But it does need to look somewhat presentable. So I'm going to go create polygon cube, and scale it up. Scale it up enough so it's a cuboid. About this wide is good. Like that. Okay. First I'll duplicate another rectangle, just put it to the side because I'm going to use it to create the other elements. But for this, I'm going to go to the modeling menu and bevel it. Bevel right there. And I'm going to try to find a happy medium. Yeah, that's a good edge that will catch light well. Can move that to the side and duplicate it to form the next tier of seating, which is about that high. I'm going to take one of these models that represents about a 5'10" individual and place it right here so I can have an understanding of how big this is. And I'm starting to see it's pretty large, so I'm going to scale it down a bit so that it's about the size of a normal bleacher. And that's about high enough. Maybe too high actually. At the waist level, the highest one should be around the waist level. Let me actually turn on my main model. And use her as a guide. She's a better representation of a bipedal character. So that's about good. And it'll be around the waist. Duplicate that. Next row. And the bottom row, this might be a little too high. Let me duplicate it one more. I'll treat this last one as the bottom row, so it will be at around right under the knee, I would say. So if that's the case, if this is the highest and this is about, and this is the lowest, then I'm going to place this right in the center of these two. And a good way to do that is to select both of these at the extreme, select the center one, go to animation, constrain, point constraint, and constrain in the y-axis. So that should place this right in the middle of these two. So if I hit apply, yeah, it puts it right in the middle of these two, and I no longer need that point constraint. And now I can create the platform where the feet are located. These might be a little too close to each other, so I'm going to move them apart. Yeah. And I'll duplicate this to create the part that the feet are planted on. And it, based off the reference, appears a lot thinner. So I'll select this and make it this thin. Okay, so this is where the feet are going to be there. And the next one would be like that, closer to the ground. So this is the bleacher system. Looks pretty good. So now that I have them proportioned the way I want, and they look like they match the real world scale, I'm going to move it to the side so I can take this thing to completion. So I'm going to grab this piece and start creating the stands for this thing. So I'm going to rotate this . 90 degrees. Get a little thinner. And start creating the stand for this thing. Duplicate that, rotate it, -90 in the Y to get the part of it that's on the floor. And this is a welded aluminum, and they're all welded together. So it goes about there. And there's a bit of detail that I can benefit from creating. It's this L shape. This thing is actually like an L shape like that, but like that. With a little bit more like that. And I think the entire one on the ground is also like that too. It has like this L shape. I'm not going to bother to physically weld these together. It's just excessive to do that much work on something that is not going to be seen, but it does need to have a nice texture, so I'll try to do that. I'm going to combine this, or just group it and duplicate it to form the next. Go to custom, menu, and center pivot. I can get the next row. Scale it down. This is actually, based off of my reference, a lot smaller, thinner, smaller. A little bit more thinner. And duplicate it and rotate it to get the L. They're welded together in a very interesting way. I like that. And I'll group this. Center the pivot and duplicate it to get the last one. And it can be scaled down so that it's there. Now, one thing I'm going to do is, because I noticed that a lot of these are penetrating the ground, so I'm going to go in the front view and make sure that they're all, I'm going to hit F8 to go into component mode. Actually go to vertices, go into component mode, and make sure that these are flush with the ground. And I'll do the same to these elements too. Make sure it's flush with the ground. And do the same thing here. Okay. So all these pieces are now touching the ground. It's becoming very clear to me that these two parts need to be slightly higher. This and its platform, actually all three of them could be just a little bit higher. Like that. I'm going to select all these, hit F8 to go into component mode, and make sure I move this to touch. Now I'm going to take all these pieces, put them in a group, and just send them back to her so that I can see if this is actually closer to real world scale. Yeah, it feels a little too large, so I'm going to scale it down overall. Like that. And that is more of a realistic bleacher. Maybe just a little bit higher. Yeah. Yeah, that's about a more realistic size. Okay, so I'm going to take this back out. And one thing that does need to have is a lot more room for seating. So I'll grab all these guys, go to F8 to component mode, grab all this side and extend it like this to make it longer. Now before I duplicate this welded part to the center and to the side, I want to start UVing this stuff so that I already have UVs and not have to redo them and just probably move them around into different quadrants or use the layout feature. So I'm going to go to modeling, UV editor. And because these are just simple cuboids, there's going to be a very simple way to UV everything. I can just select, let me start with the seating and the leg rest. and go UV automatic, and 6 sides is about correct, so I'll go apply, and that should give me all of these quadrants. So I'll go to, in order to get them in the correct proportions, I'll go unfold and go to layout and layout. I don't like how crooked they are, so I might have to do some straightening. I'm gonna grab all these, and there is a straighten. Let me try straighten shell. Yeah, straighten UVs. Let me do it for all of them. Straighten UVs. Okay, and then hit layout. Okay, and it should put them in all in the first quadrant, and I'll just scale it down to be safe to make sure it's in the quadrant. And I will do the same thing for, I may have actually left one piece out. There's a piece that, let me move this down a little bit more so it touches. But there is an additional piece, L piece, that travels from, let me go up to the group, duplicate it, rotate it 90 degrees, minus 90. And this is the part that supports the leg rest here, and it's an L. It goes, usually it looks like it welds around here. This is a lot of work for this, but it's worth it. And I might as well move this to the end. Alright, so now it's time to UV all these pieces, and I'll go UV, oh, it's right there, I don't have to redo it, go apply. Okay, it doesn't work with the multiple objects, so I'm gonna have to select each of them one by one, and just hit the G, actually I'm gonna go apply. And that one to apply. And everything else should be good. So I'll select all of them, unfold, so I'll go unfold, and then I will straighten UVs like I did before, and then I'll lay out, and that should lay them all out into their respective quadrants. And then I'll go to UV shell and just scale this down so they're in here. Good time to probably group these. And now that they're all, grouping seems to be wrong. I wanted to put all of these in a group since I'm going to duplicate them. So I'll group again, and that should put them all in here. All right, I'm going to center pivot, and then in order to duplicate it to the other side, actually I just noticed that it's not a mirrored effect. So when I look at the reference I'm using, it's not a mirrored effect, so I could just duplicate and slide them across. So I'll do just that. I'll duplicate this group and move it there, and duplicate this and put it right down the center. And I can use that point constraint technique again, but I don't think I need it. I think this is pretty easy to gauge. I'm going to go to the front view and just gauge the center. I think it's fine like that. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the UV editor and make sure that I move these into other quadrants, because I'm going to use UDIM method. So I'm going to take these and shift them one unit and go to transform And let me go, I think I have to enter 1 here and shift it. Yeah, so it shifts it in 1 unit. And I'll do that to the rest of them. This needs to shift 2 units. 1, 2. And the last one needs to shift 3 units. So 1, 2, 3. So then if I select the whole asset, I have the seating and the leg rest, and then I have the stands, and that should be complete. I do need to move this up so it's flush with its stand, its platform, the platform that's supporting it. And yeah, I think that's it. I probably need to name this stuff a lot better. Call this seating row 3. This will be row 2. Actually, this might be a bad, I don't want it to rename when I duplicate, so I'm going to call them with letters. I'll name them with letters. So this will be A, B, and this will be C. Row A, this will be the foot platform, and this platform will be for row B. And these are groups I don't need, so I'm going to get rid of them. This appears to be also an empty group, so I'll delete that. And I'll just call this support A, support B, and this will be C, and then this will be support B. Okay, so that should be enough for their modeling. I'm not going to go in here and rename all these. That might be a bit much. Actually, I'll just combine them. I think this is a good thing to combine. So I'll merge them into one mesh. We'll combine and do the same here. Go mesh, combine, and do the same here. Go mesh, combine. And I might give them, no, I think the names are fine. Support C, support B, support A. And I'll dump them in here. I'll parent them to this. And now that these groups are no longer needed, I can delete them. And I'm going to add a prefix. Go modify, prefix hierarchy names, call it 3-row bleachers. Actually, I'm just call them bleachers underscore. Okay, and that should put bleachers in front of everything. Bleachers GRP. Okay, so that's it for the modeling. This one seems to not have gotten its prefix. I didn't select it. Okay, so the bleachers are done. We're ready for texturing. The next model is this portable stage. It's a little bit more complicated, but it's really has a lot of modular parts. So I'm going to model it in pieces and then assemble the pieces to create the final piece. We start with the main platform, which is a cube. Scale it up. And it really has to fit over there where these banners are going to be hanging from. I made these banners arched, but I don't think I'm going to do that because that is not actually how the cloth I'm going to drape onto this stage is going to be shaped. It's going to be shaped more like a rectangle, like the stage is set up. And I'll extend it So as wide as it needs to be. I'm just eyeballing a lot of this stuff right now. And make it a little bit thicker. I'm going to duplicate to create the steps on the side. Actually, a better thing to do would be to hold the D key and make sure the pivot is right flush on the side, so that I can scale this to be about the size of the stair on the side. And what I'm going to do, just to help me get a nice even placement, is I'm going to freeze transforms on it. So that way, if I duplicate it and I move it down a certain number of units that I like, say about there, I can try to keep it even. So if it's minus 60, that I'm using as my offset, then I know this is minus 120 and this is minus 180. Okay, that feels pretty good, but I might want to bring it down to the ground a bit, maybe about that much. And here I can go from the back view and just move them, offset them accordingly, create that stair-like effect. And I may have done a bad job gauging how big these are. I can just group them. They only cover about a third. And go to the back view. Look at perspective. And hold down the D key and get this thing at this corner. They only cover about a third of the width of this thing. So I'm just going to gauge it and give them back their thickness. And another mistake I appear to have made was not produce an offset for the first one. So it's supposed to be something like this. This is the base. All right, now I'm going to take all these pieces and bevel them. So I'll go to Mesh, Edit Mesh, Bevel. Use the same settings I use for the bleacher. That's going to be fine. All right, now I'm going to create the bars. These are probably the most complicated pieces of any of these background elements. So I'm going to start with a torus. And I'm going to move it all the way back here. And I'm going to rotate it minus 90. And then I'm going to go to its primitive settings and start reducing some of these values. I want a very simple shape. And I'm going to take away its subdivision height until I have, yes, a cuboid. So that would just be, I need one more. Actually, this could work. All right, so this could work. And then I'm going to reduce its radius just to get something that's thin. So I'm sorry, I think the value I was looking for is section radius, not radius. So I'm going to reduce the section radius to get a thin bar. Let me go a little further to reduce it and test it out. Let me center pivot and test it out to see if it's a pretty good thickness. Maybe it could go a little lower. Yeah, about that much. And now I'm going to proceed to delete some of these edges to end up with something that is more like the bar I'm seeing in the reference. So I'm going to select all these, this edge loop, and I'm going to delete vertices. This is the proper way to delete components. I think it's somewhere in the edit menu. Yeah, delete edge vertex right there. So I'll go delete edge vertex, and then I'm also going to do it for these parts right there. Delete edge vertex. So I end up with the kind of cube I want. And then I'm going to take this face, select the edge loop, and flatten it out. Select the edge loop and flatten that out too. So now I have this piece that better represents the bars I'm trying to create. So I'm going to duplicate this since it's an asset. And I'll move to the side. It's an asset I'm going to come back and reuse. But now I'm going to try to get that arch-like effect. I'll start by smoothing this out, hitting 3. And it's very clear that I'm going to need edge loops. So I'm going to go edit mesh. So I'm going to go mesh tools, insert edge loop options. So I have that. I'm going to start with equal distance from the edge, so it puts it right in the center, and click there to get the first one, and there to get the second, there, and there. So that, hit 1 to go back into out of smooth mode so I can align these correctly. So I'll align them like that. I might need some more edge loops, and I also need to alter the thickness a bit. Actually, no, the thickness is fine. I can alter it globally by scaling it in like this. But I definitely need to add some more edge loops. So I'm going to go yet again, mesh, insert edge loop. Equal distance from the edge, and put them in these quadrants here. And that's about good. Well, let me try also here. Yeah, actually that makes it perfect. This is the shape I'm looking for. So let me hit 1 and make sure I align these. Actually, let me do like that. So I double click on the edge, and like that. And scale down to get it perfect. So this is actually a better preset that I can create the other types from. So I'm going to duplicate this, move it to the side, and then I'm going to hit the 3 key, and then I'm going to go modify, convert smooth mesh preview to polygons, and that should give me the final shape I'm looking for. If I want to edit it any further, I can use a lattice at this point. All right, so this is also actually a good preset. Let me duplicate that, move it to the side. So it's time to position it, and I'm going to start with the sides, which are a little thinner. Maybe I should start with the back here. So it's going to occupy, if I look from the back view, it's going to occupy about half the distance. Take that And then I'm going to select the vertices. And move it so it occupies about half the distance. So about there. Before I duplicate it, I want to UV it. So I'm going to get all of them in position first. There's ones on the side that has a particular thickness, so I will rotate this 90 degrees, and this is going to be close to this edge. I'm going to go to the top view, make sure it's at the correct location, maybe at the top. This one here is going to be on the side here, and it's also about a third of the distance. Actually, it's exactly a third, but this might dictate how much thinner I have to make this, but I have to spread this across 3 sections. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to go mesh, insert edge loop, and I'm going to have multiple edges, and I'm going to put 2 in there, and I'm going to click here. This gives me 3 quadrants, so I know exactly how thick I have to make this. I'm going to select this for the vertices, and now I know it just has to be extended to that far, and this has to be extended that far. And that means that the staircase, if I select vertices, actually, let me just select all of them, hit F8 to go into component mode, and I can select the staircase, and now it's truly 1/3. All right, so this is the correct width. And go to perspective. I think that width is pretty good. All right, then there's one more type, and it's about the width of the stairs. So I'm going to duplicate this. Move it down, rotate it 90, actually 0 degrees back to its original. And look from the back view. And in this instance, I want to reduce the vertex. Make sure I reduce this. I'll first align it so it's flush with the side, and make sure that this side is also flush with the sides of this staircase. I might have to delete some of these edge loops, but I think this is fine. No, I might need to delete some of these edge loops if I'm not able to get it about the same width. So I'm going to move this down so I can have it right there and better gauge the width I'm looking for. So about there, and then here is about there. So it's 1 unit of it. It's time to move it up, so it's about here. And now that I start to look at it from the back view, I want to make sure that it looks like, as far as the length is concerned, I may have undershot the height, not the length, the height. So I'm going to isolate all these, and I'm going to go into component mode and select all the components at the bottom here. Get out of here and make sure that it's a little lower. It's about half. Okay, so these are the first couple of building blocks. All right, so it's time to finish this. I'm going to show a picture of what they actually look like close up. This is what I'm creating. This, and there's that one, the one on the steps. So this is what I'm going for. So let me go create a polygon cylinder. There's a vertical bar that sits through them. It's pretty much the same for all of them. So it's just a vertical bar. I'm gonna scale it up. And there's an additional width that this thing has, and it looks like I am not close enough to the edge. I'm gonna make sure this is centered fairly well. Actually, I am close enough. I'm just not extended long enough. So I'm gonna extend that. And that should work. And what I'm going to do is extrude this portion of it to be the thickness that is showcased here. There's this like additional layer of thickness. So I'm going to select that. I might as well select this too and go extrude. Just pull it out just a little like that. Or to get a more consistent thickness for all of them, which might be the better approach to go with, is just to duplicate this, rotate it 90 degrees, center pivot, and just, I really like this primitive way of modeling, at least for an initial piece. It's just assembling primitives, and it's just a lot safer to make changes. And when you're done, you can always just turn it into one final mesh. So I'm going to scale it up just a little bit, squeeze it down, and this should suffice. That should work. It's pretty good. And duplicate it for the lower portion. Slightly off, but it's not a big deal. And that way I can get the same thickness to all of them and just have some degree of consistency. I can duplicate both of these. Rotate them 90 degrees, use them here, scale them down, even more, okay, that should work, get it centered. Yeah, works. So now I can continue this longer shape. Make sure it's a lot more centered. Alright, now there is a portion of it which I can get with a primitive, another primitive portion of it that plants, that fastens to the platform. So it's a flat piece like that. I will relatively small and thin. This is going to be a lot more exposed than the bleacher, so now that I think about it, I do need to put in as much information as possible just so it feels like a high quality asset. So I'm going to put this on the ground over there, a little thinner, and I can actually extrude this to get the more rounded lip. And I'm going to add an edge loop or mesh, insert edge loop. This time I just want one that's I can position myself. I'm going to delete this face. I'm going to take this piece, duplicate it, flip it around 180 degrees. Yes, put it at the bottom here. And then combine both pieces, go mesh, combine, and then bridge these two holes. So I'll double click that, go to the modeling tool, and I think the bridge right there, and it connects nicely. And now I just have to reinforce the edges. So insert edge loop, just to reinforce these edges. Down here, down there. And before I put one up top, I'm going to adjust it. A little, just to get a nice beveled edge. Looks like I missed the one up top. So I'm going to just adjust it like this so it bevels a bit. And I can also scale it down, so fake bevel. And then now I can reinforce this top area. This is some fairly cheap hard surface modeling, but it'll do the trick. If I smooth, I should get something of value. Let me find out what's happening there. Yeah, I'll need to reinforce this part too. Hold that up. Hold that up. It should be fine now. Okay. So that's the thing that's gonna hold it up. As far as the screws, there are some screws that are visible here. They're just cylinders. I'm just going to stack a few cylinders together to get that. I'll duplicate from this one, scale down. It's just right there. Duplicate, move it down. This one is a lot wider, flatter. Duplicate to create the connector. It's a lot longer. And that should be about enough. This one is actually a knob, so it could benefit from a bevel. Just gonna apply. Yeah, I don't want to bevel in everything. I just want it on top and bottom edges. So I'm going to double click to select these edges and apply the bevel. There we go. That should be fine. So now that I've got all these foundational pieces, I'm going to UV them and then start duplicating things so that I don't have to UV every single one of them. There's actually one additional piece I have forgotten about. Wondering if I should get it now. I think I'll get it after. It's not a big deal. It could be duplicated from this. So I'm going to open the UV editor. And yeah, this UV that it comes with is not too bad. I just want to make sure that it's the correct proportions as far as textile density needs to match what's in the 3D viewport. So I'm going to unfold. Yeah, that's the proper textile density for this cylinder. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Fold. Okay. And let me do the same for these. Actually, I have to do one at a time, so I'll go unfold, unfold, and unfold. Okay. And next is this piece. And this piece, I'm going to have to go planar first. And then I'm going to grab the 3D cut and sew tool. And I'm going to hold down shift and cut right there in the center. Yeah. So that's a central cut. There we go. And a good place to slice it would be where it's obscured. So I'm going to slice it yet again at this central part where it's obscured. I actually didn't have an edge loop here. I don't think it's going to hurt to add one. So I'm going to go mesh display, and I'm going to go, mesh, insert edge loop, options, make sure it's right in the center. So I'll put one right in the center. This should not adversely impact the UV map. At least I don't think so. And I'm gonna go grab the 3D cut sew tool and slice it right down the center. Not there, got it wrong, so there. Slice there, and slice there. So this should now be cut in a way that allows me to unwrap it comfortably. So if I go fold, yeah, it unfolds well. And I'm going to do the same thing for these ones. So right here, this one is a lot simpler. This one already has the default UV that comes with the cylinder. So if I go unfold, I get the correct textile density. Go unfold, might as well do it to this too. Unfold, and it looks like I might have forgotten about getting one up here. So duplicate and get that up there. And I can grab this and give it the same treatment I gave the other one. So I'm going to take the 3D cut and sew tool and slice right there down the center. And then isolate it and slice down the center where it's obscured. So I'm going to go UV cut and sew. I'm going to put that on the shelf. I'm going to hold down shift to control so I can access it from here. So I cut right there and cut right there. And now this should unfold. So if I select all these and I go unfold, yeah, it's all sliced apart. UV show. This should not be detached from this piece. So I'm going to find this edge. No, it's right there. No, it's the other side. I don't know why it detached itself. I might have cut it by mistake. So I'm going to click here, hold down shift and double click here, and it should select the entire edge. And then I should be able to do a sew So I should be able to do a sew. No, it's not a sew I'm looking for. I need one to jump to the other. Yes, stitch together. It is what it is. So I can now go to UV shell, unfold. Alright, didn't stitch correctly. Let me try this sew tool. Yeah, that works too. Okay, so if I go unfold, yeah, now it should be straight and nice. Alright, I have one more to do and then I'll worry about laying everything out. Actually duplicating first and then laying everything out. So here also I will isolate it. Take the 3D cut and sew tool. Slice right down there. And then at the part that's obscured or hidden underneath the bar. Okay. Object mode. Go to UV shell. Select all of them and unfold. And also misbehaving. So I'm going to go to edge, click, hold down shift to double click to get that whole edge, do a stitch together, and UV shell, unfold, and that should be fine. I'm going to check to make sure that didn't also happen to this long one. It's just supposed to be, okay, it did. It has 3 pieces. 1, 2, actually no, this one's fine. This one has 2 pieces, so that's fine. All right, so that should be, well, everything except that one right there. So this one still needs to be UV'd. I'm gonna isolate it. Go UV planar just to get a basic UV first. I'm gonna hold down 1 and slice it at right there. Right there at this edge. This internal edge, slice it there. I actually should have converted this to a final mesh before doing this, but I don't think it's gonna hurt to do it afterwards. So, all right, so that's a nice clean cut. Yep, and that separates the two. So I should be able to now grab it and go unfold, and that should be 2 pieces. Unfold. Oh, there it is. It's doing some weird thing. I don't know why it's this small. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. That's really weird. Okay. Let me take this color coding off for now. Alright, so that should be all these pieces divvied up. So these are all the pieces I need. Before I lay everything out, I'm going to start duplicating. I have everything, I think. Well, I do need this. And this one is fairly simple because they're cuboids. So I go UV and I go automatic, make sure it's 6-sided, apply, and it's not too hard. I can unfold, and just to ease the burden of doing it to every single piece I'm about to create. Maybe I can just do it now. So I'm going to select all these pieces. And that's one of them. And go straighten UVs. Yeah, it's a very expensive operation, so it's good that I'm doing it now. It did its best. This one didn't seem to take. I think you have to help it along the way and then go. No. Something wrong with this mesh. Yeah. Unfold it. Okay. And then go straighten UVs. There we go. There was something wrong with it. This one is also broken, so let's unfold it again. I guess this one I can straighten it myself. Doesn't really matter as much, but I think that's most of them. Most of them have gotten straightened out. This one unfold. Yeah, that piece is probably a little bit more complicated and it's not responding to the straighten UV operation well, but this should be fine, right? I'll lay them out shortly. All right, so it's time to start duplicating these pieces. I'm going to group the ones that are supposed to be together. So this and this really should be together. I'm gonna go mesh. Actually, combining might not be the best idea. Let me group it for now. I'll combine later. So I'm gonna group, center pivot, and then duplicate to create the other copy of it. And then duplicate to create this version. And make sure it's fastened into the platform correctly. Okay, so I'm gonna have to grab the vertices and move this up till it's flush. And the group again. Make sure it's, actually this might need to move to the center. That's one piece. It's not in the center, so I will have to readjust, but it's not a big deal. So that's about the central point. Okay. And I can take this, duplicate it yet again. This time rotate it 90 degrees. Make sure it's in here. Center of the piece, and it's fastened correctly. And even this piece has two, so duplicate and create the other version. Looks like this might not be centered too well. Okay, so these are the basic modules that are going to be duplicated. Actually, I forgot my final piece. There is a piece here that needs to also be distributed. So I'm going to duplicate that. Actually, I'm going to group it first. Center the pivot, duplicate it, move it to the other side, grab these two groups, duplicate them, move them down, rotate them 180 degrees, and sit them at the bottom. And I should be able to take these two groups, duplicate those groups. Yeah, it takes them out, so that's good. I can move them here to create this version. Actually, this version does not have them, so I'm just gonna move on to here. This one definitely has them. Okay, and duplicate, do it on the other side. Okay, so these are the completed modules. Right there in the group. In the group each one. Okay, let me group that. This is the medium one. This is the large, and these are just temporary names so that I can move them about. They'll be welded when it's said and done. This is the small. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is start duplicating these things. So I'm going to take this one and duplicate it, center pivot to create the one right next to it. Should be about that much. Then I'll take these two, duplicate them, group them, center pivot, rotate them 180 degrees, position them like so. And I'll create the last one from there. I'll do the same with this large one. Center pivot, duplicate it, move it into position. Yeah, and I feel like I kind of undershot this one a bit, so what I'm going to do is find the center point by going Mesh Tools, insert Edge Loop, and then go Mesh Tools, insert Edge Loop Options, make sure I'm putting it right down the middle. So if that's the middle, I'm going to go to the back view, okay, and then grab this large one, make sure it's right in the center, there, and grab the previous one, make sure it's also in the center, and then I'll just cheat over here by taking these, moving them so that they're closer to the center line, and then I'll adjust this, make it touch about there, and do the same thing on this side. Just make it touch it right there. So this is just, it's not important that this is precise if I haven't specified that. So I'm going to take these two, duplicate them, group them, center the pivot, and get this on the other side, rotate it 180 degrees. And get them on the other side. Okay. Now it's time for these guys. So I'm going to select the small one, center pivot, duplicate it, rotate it 180 degrees, and move it so it's right there. Now I can grab both of these small ones, duplicate them, just move them into position. I'm going to go to the back view so I can get somewhat of a precise placement. That is something that I'm going to have to fix shortly because it doesn't look like they're... Actually, I can fix it now. I'm going to add this to the selection and just move it so there's a little bit of breathing room, not that much, like that. Grab these two again, duplicate them, move them down. And do it one last time. Okay, so they're all positioned now. Now I'm going to arrange the UVs of similar parts onto the same tile. And then I'll worry about this bottom half, getting this bottom half down. There is also like an intermediary module that connects all of them together. I'm going to add that too. But actually, before I proceed, I am going to add this additional piece. There is a piece that connects at the bottom. I guess it's like a guard to stop people from falling. There we go. And that. Okay. So I'll duplicate that and move it down so it's like a guard like that. All right. And these also have it. So select them. Duplicate that and bring it down. So about there. Okay, so next I'm going to arrange the UVs and then create the bottom side. I have a very interesting way to do it, so I don't have to do a lot of work. Just do it once, just like this. Okay, so I'm going to go Windows, actually no, UV editor. I'm going to select the smaller pieces. Actually, no, I'll start with the main piece. This will be in the first quadrant. So I'll select them and go layout. And that should be fine. I just like to be safe and scale it down a little bit because sometimes it doesn't keep them in the quadrants. The next thing will be the main ovoid shape, or this metal bar. So I'm going to select all of them. They have similar shape. I have to split them across two tiles if it's just too much. In one tile. We'll see. So with all of them selected, I'll go layout. And they're pretty good. I'll take it. So I'll put this in the second UV tile. So I'll go up here to position and shift it under transform, sorry, and shift it one time. Then the next thing I'm going to arrange is all of these bars. Here, very similar. Okay, that's all of them. So I'm gonna hit layout. Okay, and that's a pretty tight pack. So go to UV shell and shift them into the third quadrant. And then the next thing I want to do is grab, I could put these should have gone with the main ovoid pieces. I'm just going to select them now and see if I can shove them onto that tile. So these guys put them on tile. Okay, so that's 4 more. And I go layout. Yeah, I didn't get their own tile. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check to see what I have so far. I need to hide this floor. Things a bit easier for now. So select all these. I might be confused. We're not all the way there. I'm over here. So these should be 2 units back. Okay, like that. And I think I left that one out. I select this. Just want to make sure of something. I go to UV shell. I grab all these guys. Looks like that guy's missing an action. It's not even selectable. Some type of a visual error happening. I'll fix that shortly. Let me get the little screws. These ones right here. To close this for now. Select all of these little screws along with this little fastener. I don't think there's a quick way to select it. I think there's a much quicker way for me to do the selection. I'm going to first isolate all them. Then I'm going to select everything on this top row like that, and then I'll deselect there. Okay, this might be a little easier way to select all of them. I'm going to select that and deselect right down the center, and then I can deselect like that, holding down Control to remove from the selection. Yeah, and that's an easy way to get all of them. I may be able to do something like that with these little platform things too. So I'll hold down Shift, Control, select all of them, and then deselect this and the platform. Yeah, and I have everybody there. and here, it should be fairly easy to just pick them. Okay, so that's all the screws, the little screws and fasteners. So I go UV editor and go layout. Okay, so that's all of them on their tile. And let me see again where we're moving to. Wait a minute, I shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna keep the selection, go to UV shell and just shift it up, just so I can access it a lot easily. I think we're gonna go up one. Okay, go to object. Okay, so I'm at the right place. I need to get here, so I can just select all these and shift them down. And that should be everyone, but there seems to be something I left out. I need to find out what it is. Okay, apparently these were never selected. I think they're supposed to go in this tile. Yeah. And this find out what that is. Let me hit the 4 key. See what I have selected there. Let me get it out of there. Okay. So it looks like I left a few of these guys. Move them this way. Find their quadrant. Okay. So the first quadrant should now be free and only have, yeah, the floors on there. And these, are supposed to be in a tile with wherever this is. Okay, over there. So I'm gonna open this, try to select everything in this quadrant. Select these guys, shift select them. And go layout, and then shift them all to that tile. So now I should have all the vertical bars in a similar tile. And this is actually a tile 2, so I'm going to do the same thing and grab everybody here. Make sure I just have the right thing selected. Okay, and select these 2 tiles, go layout, and then shift them into the second tile. Okay, so now I should have no overlapping UVs. It's weird. Try again. Select everything in this tile. There we go. Scale it down just to make sure I'm within range. I'll do the same thing here because this looks really tight. So, select all those guys and scale it down. I don't trust it when it's so flush like that. Definitely always get issues with Marvelous Designer returning, Substance Painter returning errors about things not being in UV tiles. Okay, so that's UVing of all the pieces we have so far. There is a connector, but I think it'd be too much to put it in. I just think this is busy enough. I'm gonna have spectators hanging all over the place. I don't really think that this connector is necessary, so I'm gonna leave it out for now. And I'm going to move to this bottom array of bars. All right, before I start with the bottom, I have to find a way to select this. For some reason, I was having a viewport error, but when I was able to find it in the outliner, I can now select it. So, and it appears to be in its correct tile, so I guess there was no real issue. Let me confirm that if I select all of this, I go to UV shell and select all of these. That is definitely not correct. There's a whole bunch of overlapping UVs here. That's not right. All right, I'm going to do this one again. So I'm going to select all of these. Everything there is selected. And I'm going to go layout. And then shift it back into this quadrant. And confirm. Yeah, now it's correct. Nothing appears to be overlapping now. I'm going to select them again. Scale it down. Okay, I think that should be it. Now I'm going to create this bottom half. So I'm going to start with another cylinder. These come in pretty well as far as UVs are concerned, so let me scale it down. Turn the floor back on so I can know where the floor is. I only want one section. It's very important that I have one section to be able to edit this thing comfortably and duplicate it across. So once it's touching there, I'm going to center the pivot. And for now, duplicate and go into the back view. Actually, go back into perspective. And I'm going to move this thing to a part of the shot where I can work more comfortably. So I'm going to move it down. I will freeze transforms on it. Move it there for now. I'll take a whole number. And then I will duplicate this and rotate it 145 degrees. Sorry, 45 degrees, not 140. That might not be what I'm looking for. No, I'm not looking for 145 degrees. I'm actually looking for, let me first make it a little thinner, scale it up, move it up there, and move the pivot point up there, and then rotate like this, and that should tell me how much I need to extend it for it to touch the ground. There. Okay. And I'll go back into perspective and create a polygon cube. Scale it up to get the platform that these things are emanating from. Okay, so I have that one. It actually appears to be a little bit larger. Duplicate that. Make sure it's in the center of this. It feels about right. It needs to be a little larger. So I'll scale them as a collective. Then duplicate them and move them up top. This one I will duplicate, center the pivot, go back to the back view so I can rotate it to get that part. And I think from here on, all I have to do is duplicate this entire part and shift it like that to get the grid-like pattern. But it's obvious that this is a little wrong. Better to fix it here and just duplicate again. So that should be right. Let me center the pivot here too. Okay, so that's one module of it. Go into perspective. Move this stuff up. First grouping all of this. Then I will duplicate it. And I will place center pivot first. Go to the top view and place the pivot in the center of this cube. That's about the center. And I will rotate this 90 degrees. Go back into perspective. Looks like it didn't take, so I'm going to rotate it minus 90 and isolate it and delete this part of it because it's just a duplicate. Okay. So that appears to work. And all I have to do now is select this and duplicate it and move it into position. Duplicate that, move it to the center, and all I need now is these pieces, so I can duplicate them, bring them here. So the reason why it's really important to only have one section is because I need to put them under the stair stool and I don't want to have to redo them. But the great thing about this is, select all of them first, deselect the floor. If I go F8 to go into component mode, and I go vertices and I select everything up top here, then I could adjust the height like this, and it won't ruin the pattern, which is really important. Right. So for now, I'm going to, I really should just get them out these groups. So I'm gonna select all of them, Shift P to get them out the group, regroup them to get one piece, center pivot, and start getting it positioned under here in the right proportion. Actually, I'm going to go to the back view and I'm going to place the pivot at the base so I can scale from the floor up to get it to fit. So I'm going to go back into the back view and make sure this thing is touching the ground. Okay, and go into perspective. And then scale down to find the correct there. So about there makes contact. So it looks like I'll be needing about 2. Yep, just 2. And I'm happy about that because I didn't want to have to. So I'll duplicate that, shift them to the side, and I'll take this. Okay, and now to get them to fit here, now I see that might be a little bit more of a challenge than I thought. So what I'm going to do is I'll duplicate this, but I realize that I only need about 2 rows. I don't need 3. So I'm going to select all of this and delete it. Okay. Go back into the group and come here and start to scale this down. I'm going to go to the top view and make sure that and then hit the 4 key and make sure that it fits into this rectangle space, which is the platform. I'm going to scale it down until I get to about that size, like that. But it should be underneath, perfectly underneath. So just a little bit more to get it underneath, and that should work. So if I go into perspective now, hit the 5 key. All right, that's it. And now, well, let me go back to the top view, hit the 4 key, and duplicate them, and get them underneath their respective stair. Okay, so once I've gotten that, I'm going to isolate this entire structure. Okay, hit the 5 key, and now I'm going to do the trick. So I'll select all these, hit F8 to go into component mode, and it's already selected. So I can move it up until it touches the platform, and I can do the same thing here. It won't let me go directly into component mode here. So I'll hit F8. Yep, I like this vertex. Maya stores vertexes, so that's really cool. Vertex selections. There we go. And the last one, I'll select the group, isolate it, go object, F8. Okay, now I have the selection I want. I can come back, and now I have to select this again. And come back and position it. Okay, so that should be it. This is the most I'm willing to do for this. It should be enough. There's going to be a banner draped over it, so I don't want to do too much. The banner is what's important, and a whole bunch of people are going to be on it. So I'm going to select all these platforms. I'm going to isolate and select all these, go object mode, and then I'm going to go to my UV editor. So let me unfold it all. Okay, and then straighten the UVs of all of them. Okay, and then lay them out, and that's perfect. So no problems. Yeah, everybody's laid out. Nobody appears to be overlapping. Select the UV shell, scale it down, and shift it to the appropriate UV tile. I'll go up top first and go to where I think I'm at, and go one more layer above. Object, bring everything back, hide the floor, select the entire thing. Yep, I'm at the right place, so I go UV shell and I move it down into its quadrant, and that's it for the portable platform, and that's its base. So I do need to rename it. I'm gonna put it by the bleacher. See what it's feeling like. Let me grab all its pieces. There's a lot of pieces. I'm going to have to do some welding and some renaming. But let me see what I have first. Okay, so that's all of them. I'm gonna group this. Portable platform GRP for now. I don't need these pieces. I could delete them. And the center pivot. That is not good. If the centered pivot is not in the center of the asset, it means something else is selected. I'm going to shift click here. See everything that's in here. Okay, there's some transforms and stuff. I'm going to select all this and freeze transforms. Find out what that is. If I select these two, Shift P to get them out of the group. Try this again. Center pivot. No, it's problematic. All right, what I'm going to do is just keep a copy of this just in case I need to return to this. I'm going to duplicate it, hide the original, and start merging some of these pieces because it's just too many pieces. So I'll come here, look for all of these, go hit up to get their group. And I'm going to go to Mesh, Combine. And this should not mess up the UVs, they should be fine. Okay, and I will do the same here. I'll select all of these. Hit the up key to get to the group. Go Mesh, Combine. Okay, so that's the second piece. And I think I'm going to combine everything else other than the floors and the steps here. So I'll deselect this, and go Mesh, Combine. Okay, so now the asset is only made out of 3 pieces. Okay, so I think the appropriate names for these things are, I think this is called a riser. So I'll call it portable platform riser, portable stage, main platform riser. And this one will be portable stage, main steps riser. And then these are your handrails. So this is portable stage and rails. Maintain a consistent naming convention. Steps riser, handrails. Okay, and then this is portable stage, main platform. Shift B to get it out. And to be perfectly honest, I should combine all these two. Oh man, looks like this was added. I'm just gonna select this, delete it, and go back into the original, hide this. Go back, show the original, Shift B, sorry, Shift H to show it. Grab this piece, duplicate, Shift B to get it out of there, and hide the original again. Okay, so now I have all the steps. I'm just gonna go Mesh, Combine, and I can show all this, Shift H, and just go Portable Stage, Steps. Okay, so this as a collective is the portable stage. And just delete history, freeze transforms. I should have done that to the bleachers too. I'm going to select it, delete history, freeze transforms, and that should be it for this. Original unwelded copy. I'm going to go over here, go to center pivot. Okay, should be fine now. And so that's our bleachers. This is the portable stage GRP. And let me check the UV map to make sure nothing is broken. Okay, nothing is broken. Things are so flush. It's so terrifying when they're so flush like that. Okay, so it's all UV'd and ready for texturing. So I'm going to move it next to the bleachers so I can prepare to take them out together. I feel like this portable stage should be movable. So what I'm going to do is duplicate this solo and just, I'm sorry, what I meant to say is the steps should be movable. Should be able to move, adjust them. So I'm going to delete that so that it's its own piece. And then I'm going to select this and delete the rails for the steps. Okay. All right, so we have two separate pieces. So this is portable stage, main platform, and then this one is the steps handrails. Okay, so I can delete history, freeze transforms again, and that way I can just group all this into steps. I feel like I'm using, there's a lot of redundancy here that's creating for some large file names. So I'm going to go, just make sure this is main platform. And then I'm going to remove the prefix that all of these have because it's just too much. So I'm going to modify, search and replace, look for portable stage, and just do it on selected. Yeah, and then it strips, you know, that away. So actually, it should have some kind of identifier. So I'm going to go PS just to, because as the scene gets crowded, I just want to be able to have very unique names. All right, so that's it. And if I ever wanted to, if I feel like the steps are not close enough, I can move them closer. Okay, so that's the completed portable stage. It's ready for texturing. It's time to move on to modeling the rest of the stage. So there seems to be a really bad error that I missed. It looks like I might have duplicated this bar for the handrail a few times for some of these handrails. So you'll notice that if I was to come over here Let me shut down the UV editor. If I was to double click, is a duplicate. So some of them have duplicates. So I'm going to go through and double click to get all the duplicates. And also here. All right, so all those are good. So what I can do now is just take all these faces, delete them, go back into the UV editor and select everything because they share a singular tile. And what I can do is select all of them again and go layout. And now they're properly distributed and they can be shifted to their tile. And they can also be scaled down so they're not flush with the edge. So I'll select them and scale them down. Just put them in there. So that's just an error I have to fix. Alright, so next I'm going to deal with the center stage and these banners on the side. For the center stage, I just want a spherical flat shape with healthy topology. This cylinder preset is just not going to do it because it has a pole and I just want to get off to a good start. So I'm going to hide it, and to get a nice spherical shape with good topology, I'll start with a plane and I will reduce subdivisions to that much, just four polygons, and I'll select these corners and extend and scale them up to get this spherical shape, which is what you'll typically see at the center of good spherical topology. And select all the sides and then extrude. And I'll go to the center and scale outward. Until I get to about the edge of the mat right there. Okay. And then I'm going to go to the insert, to my modeling menu, go to mesh tools, insert edge loop, and I'll insert multiple edge loops, about 10, maybe 10 of them here. Now I'm going to isolate this and see how well it subdivides. The core is a little too small, so I'm going to select the vertices here and scale them up to about that much. And I'm going to hit the 3 key to see how it smooths. Yeah, and it creates a nice, healthy, circular matte shape. I'm going to bring everybody back now that I have the matte shape, and I'll just make a copy of this just in case I want to come back to it. And duplicate, hide the original. And now it's time to extrude it. So I'm going to extrude the whole thing down. Touch the ground. Hit 1 to get my original shape. With no smoothing. Then I'm going to go here and reinforce the edges. I can use, so I'll go to mesh tools, insert edge loop, and reinforce the edges to get a nice matte feel. And hit 3. And there it is. It's reinforced at the edges. And now I'm going to duplicate it again. Control H. I'm going to convert, so I'm going to go modify, convert, smooth mesh preview to polygons to get the nice high resolution for it. And I'll come to these smooth faces and set the subdivision to maybe 4. That's pretty high. It's a bit high, so I'm going to go with maybe a 3. Maybe a little less dense. Look at that. I just want a nice initial shape. Nice high resolution shape. Okay, so now it's time to UV this thing. And the way I'm going to do it is to first get this side part. I'll hit Shift and period to grow the selection to get the entire side. And I'll go UV cylindrical. And I think this should be enough. No, I'm not going to close that loop. So go to UV editor, and yeah, this is the entire side. And move it closer. Okay, close that. And I'm going to select this, go to UV shell and select that just to get the side. Then I'm going to go select inverse so I can get the top. And then I'm going to go UV planar, and I want to go down in the y-axis. I want to go from top to down, so I'll go apply, and that should give me the UVs I want. I'll go to UV editor, there it is. But I'm going to do something to give me more texel density per UV tile. And what I'm going to do is split this into 4 quadrants. So let me expand this. Okay, so I'm going to use the cut tool. So I'm going to select this edge, and then I'm going to go cut. So now when I select the UV shell, I should have 1/2. And then go back to edge and do the same thing the other way. And go cut. Okay. So that should be 4 quadrants. And I hope I was able to get this on the front. Let me make sure of that. Yes, this is the top. Let me turn back my UV coloring so I can see. Go to UV shell. Yeah, this is the top. I don't really care about the bottom, so it's never going to show. Alright, so I'm going to have these fit into individual UV tiles. So I'll go layout, do the same thing here, layout, do the same with that, layout, do the same with that, layout. And I'm going to shift them across the tiles. I'm going to put logos on them, so I need to be able to put an 8K map. I want each of these quadrants to be 8K so the logo can be the best resolution. I'm going to be doing this in Substance, so I'm preparing for that. Now the sides and the bottom, I don't care, so I can just go layout and then just shift them to the 5th tile over there. And let me scale this down. Select them. I don't want to play with these because these have pretty much consistent textile density. So if I do get and I do get, that number should not change, and that's good. I want them to stay the same. I think they should be fine. As I zoom in, it might not be. What I'm actually going to do is, I said I was going to revisit the setting. It's an actual, let me select this, and if I shift click on layout, it brings this window, and this over here there is a padding value. So there's a shell padding and there's a tile padding, and the tile padding I can set it to maybe 0.1, and if I go apply, 0.1 might not be enough. Let me try 0.5, or actually 1. I think it's a pixel value, so it needs to be 1. We'll apply. Yes, it made it a little bit smaller, and it's a little safer because it's keeping it within the quadrant, right? It's better than the 0. So if I apply to all the rest of them, yeah. Okay, so now move them to their quadrants. And I can test their textile density, make sure they're all consistent. Yeah, they're all fine. Okay, so that's it for the stage. I do think I have a mistake though. Whenever you see red like this, it means these things are flipped the wrong way. So I'm going to select this, and it means you're seeing the back side of it. So I'm going to, there's a flip. There, flip. There we go. And flip. And flip. And flip. And just to get some good organization, let me see who's next to who. So this guy and these two are closer to each other. So I'm going to take this and shift it over there. Shift that there. Yeah, so as long as they're next to each other, they're arranged in the same way that they sort of are here. Right, so that I will be able to see half of the texture I apply in full over here, and the other half here. Just something for me, but it wouldn't make a difference either way. So that's the stage. Let me just shut this down. I should actually delete history and freeze transform. So I'm just going to duplicate this. Hide the original, just in case I need to come back to it. I'll call this center stage or bloom, and delete history and freeze transforms. Now for the side banners, I'm not going to do too much for this part. They really are high enough so that none of my staging choices showcase them. So if I come here and I show all my staging cameras, none of them really go high enough to showcase the top. So I'm not too worried about the top. Yeah. Even this camera doesn't show. Let me check the last one. Well, there's two more. Where she tosses the cane in the air and they're nowhere in sight. So that's fine. Let me check the fifth one. Yeah, they're nowhere inside here. And then I have 3 spin cameras. This one is definitely not going to show it. And that one is another spin cam that's simply not going to show. Yeah, it's not going to show it. And the last one, yeah. So I'm pretty safe. I'm not worried too much about how high they go. But what I'm going to do is bevel each and every one of them so they have a nice edge. I'm going to go mesh, bevel, and apply. Okay, so that gives them a nice lip. And I'll do the same here, apply. And then the next thing I'm going to do is intended to ensure that these 4 share a UV tile, because the graphic that's going to go on them is going to be a single graphic that they're all going to share. So it's like one of those pieces of art where it's vertical tiles that are stacked next to each other that show a single piece of art. So to get that effect, I'm going to start with a automatic UV just to get the sides sorted out. So I'll hit apply. And I'll do the same thing here. Hit apply. And if I go into my UV editor, yeah, that should give me a good UV to start with. So that's all of them. But I'm going to hit F8 so I can select these faces. These are the most important because these are the front. Give them another UV. I'm going to go planar, and I'm going to make sure I am doing it in the X-axis. Hit apply. Okay, so this is what I'm interested in right there. It's going to allow me to position them properly. So let me leave it right there. I'll leave it intact. And one thing I'm actually going to do is go select inverse. That should. Alright, that didn't work today. I'm just going to shift these to the side. Take the other parts of it, the back and the sides, and just lay them out. And they're going to go in a separate quadrant. It's weird. Alright, I'm going to select all these again and give them another automatic. I think something went wrong. Okay, so with that, if I go fold and layout, okay, that's what they look like. I'll just scale them down and shift them. Okay, I'm gonna go do the same for the other side. I'm going to go here, hit F8, go into object mode, select the faces I'm interested in, and go UV planar. Okay. Then I'm going to shift them here for now. And I also need to flip them because they're red, so flip. Okay. Now I'm going to select the rest of their parts, go UV, automatic, unfold, and layout. And this can also sit in the next quadrant. Okay, and this is what I'm interested in. So I'm going to put it in the main spot. Now I'm going to be scaling these down so that I can choose which part of the graphic I want to be the focal point. But I'm going to check to make sure they're oriented correctly. I want to make sure this is the top, and it looks like it is. And if I go to the other side, and I select these vertices, that is in fact the top. So I'm just going to now take your UV shells, put them in the appropriate quadrant, and zoom in. These I'm not so worried about because they're not going to substance, they're going to be textured here. So that's it for the banners. Now it's time to bring in the light truss that I purchased for this project. So this is from Turbo Squid, and this is what it looks like. So I'm going to drag the FBX into my scene, but before I do that, I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup, because this is getting messy. So I'm going to move this workroom for the stage into trash. And take this. This is the center stage. And I'm going to move this into the trash too. If I need it, I'll go get it from the previous incremental save. Okay, so I'm going to take this proxy light truss that I created. It's in here. So it's right there, light proxy. And for now, I'm going to put it on a layer and template it. Okay. And I'm going to drag the FBX light truss into my shot. So it's right there. Seems to have brought in. Okay, these are all of its parts. I'm going to group it. This thing is going to be rigged to work properly and have lights attached to it. It's going to be a very comprehensive rig. It's something that I will probably be doing at the end of this lesson. I'm hoping I don't have to extend it to a separate lesson. So I'm shooting for the end of this lesson. But I'm going to position this in the same spot that I have my proxy. Let me turn on my proxy so it can help me position it better. The proxy is really large. So it might be larger than real world scale, but that's fine. Yeah, it's super big. Yeah, it's really big. Let me see if I can get away with making it slightly smaller. It's a little overwhelming, but I have a lot of opportunities to change it later. Okay, so for now I'm going to hide this, and then I'm going to go to my prominent shots and see how it shows up in my composition. So I'll start with camera 1, and it's not going to show anywhere in camera 1. So let me go to the end of my animation and start to scrub through. So for camera 1, it will show a little bit over there. Right. And then for camera shot cam 2, it will not show. And for my spin cam A, it definitely won't show there. Spin cam B, it is in the background there. And spin cam C, it's also up there. It's actually very visible over there, really big. Go to my shot cam 3, which is Latrice's performance. see it around there when she kicks. So in this case, it truly is in the way. So I'm going to spin it like this. Maybe over there it can act as a framing element here. And then for cam 4, I know it's definitely going to be seen because she tosses the cane and it's right there. And that's not bad at all. Depending on whether or not it's contributing to the composition, I might change it per staging choice. So I might be playing around with it just to make sure it's positioned to suit the staging choice. It's unrealistic, but it's more important that I get a good composition for every staging choice. And for this final part, it's just a slither of it, which I guess acts also as a framing element. Let me go back to shot 1 and see how changes I made impacted it. Yeah, this might be a little distracting. So I might change it for this. I might spin it around, but I'm actually considering moving it higher. I feel like the only place I might be interested in seeing it is on cam 4, where she tosses up the stick. Yes, right there. And as long as it can be seen here, I think that's good. It might even be no, this is a good starting point. If it needs to change again, I will change it later on, but I think this is good because it keeps it out of frame here and allows the performance to go on unaltered. In this instance right there, it's a little slither of it. Let me see if a little bit more scaling down is going to help too, because it's really big. Let me go back to cam 4. See the toss. Okay, that's not bad at all. So for now, this is where I'm going to leave it. I think it should work here. So it's time to place the portable stage and bleachers around the performer. So I'm going to start by taking a copy of the portable stage and putting it at world. I'm just going to put it at the center of the shot. This is just so when I go to Substance Painter, it places it at world 00. It's just a little bit easier to tumble around it in Substance. I'm going to put that in the center, and I'm going to do the same with the bleacher. So I'll put them in the center of the shot, and then I will duplicate to create the ones that I'm going to use as placements, and then I'll hide this. So what's hidden was what will be taken and textured. So I'll start with the portable stage, and the way I'm going to place it on either side is like this. So I'm going to put it right there. Okay. So the banner that's going to go on it is going to hang right there. And that staircase is going to be like that. And I'm going to duplicate it and position it the other way over here. Alright, so it's going to be something like that. Now I'm going to hide these two planes that are representing the draping cloth, because I want to see how these portable stages look. So I'm going to start with cam 1, and that's the portable stage. In the background it looks pretty good. Alright, it's not bad size. That's one of them. And I'll browse cam 2. Really nowhere in the view for cam 2. And I'll go to my spin cam B, and it's visible there. That's good. And then spin cam, yep, it's very visible here. So it looks cool. And then I'll go to camera 3, which is a complete pan of the entire shot. So it shows it twice, it shows both of them. And then cam 4, yeah, cam 4 shows a lot. It's really close up. Okay, so it looks pretty good. This is just initial placement. Things might change when I finish animating this stuff. All right, I might need to move things around, but for now it looks pretty good. So before I work on draping the banners on them, I'm going to place the bleachers. So take the bleacher, and I'm going to need a total of 6 of them. So I'm going to rotate bleacher minus 90 degrees. I'm going to replace this proxy. All right, so it's going to come here, and I'm going to hide this proxy. Okay, so this does mean that the people standing on it will go a little lower, which I'm okay with that. I don't think it's going to hurt the shot, but first I want to make sure it's actually on the ground. So I'm going to go to the back view, make sure it's actually on the floor, right there. And it's intended for these last couple of rows because these guys are standing on the ground. To help me see better, I'm going to turn on wireframe and shaded. Yeah, okay, so it's on the ground. And I'm going to cheat by making it larger than usual. It's really not going to hurt anything, but it's just going to allow me to place it a lot better. It's going to allow me to just have 6 of them. So yeah, I'll keep it reasonable size. And I'm going to create a group over it and call it Bleacher World GRP, just so I can keep this group as a local scaler. And I'm going to go and duplicate it and rotate it around the shot. Okay. So that's pretty good. And I'll do it again. I'll duplicate this and rotate it. Okay, so I'm seeing that these might be a little too large. So the way I'm going to resolve that is just select them locally, and I should be able to scale them in their local space. Yeah, like that. Okay. Collectively. Alright, so like that. And I'll select the first one. Position it a little bit better, and I think that's going to be it. So I'll reposition these guys on them, but before I do that, I'll get the other side. So I could select all 3 of them, duplicate, and just take them to the other side. So what I'm going to do now is have them, these characters, unfortunately I cannot select all of them as easily as I would want, but I can always do actually I could strategically select and get everybody. So if I select all these guys here, and I deselect the ground, I have all of them. So I can hit up to go to their parent group and bring them down. Or you just scatter them. I'm going to scatter them individually. I'll fast forward here so I can get all of them done. Looks like I'm just going to have to redo this. I want to make sure I stagger them. There's 2 places for people to stand, so there's the foot rest. Actually, I'm not going to make anybody stand in this foot rest because it would look weird if I was viewing from here. I'd be wondering why there's one person all the way in the back really low. So I'm going to try to keep them on the seat instead of the foot support. So I'm going to keep them all up here. Alright, so I got one side done. What I'm going to do is take these quadrants and this. And I'm just going to grab these quadrants. I have left out one of these guys, so I'll select more, hit the up key, and that's about good mass. And I will duplicate all 3 and rotate to get them to the other side. This mask is just to help me see whether my staging choices are solid. Right, and most of the robots coming in here, some of them are really short, so this even height for all these proxy spectators is not a perfect gauge, but it'll come pretty close to telling me how the background is going to look. So the guys on the portable stage are wrong, but everybody on the bleacher is at a good place as far as approximations are concerned. So these guys would have to be rearranged onto the steps. But what I'm going to do now is just pan around again in each camera just to see what these choices have done. So it's grounded everybody a lot more, and it's actually not bad at all, because what it has done is this big area here is going to be very important plain negative space. It's really going to help the eye to breathe. When the eye looks here, it'll be all plain. There's not going to be any graphics on the back wall. It's more than likely going to be dark. I was considering putting lights on the back wall that were going to act as a backlight for the crowd, but I've not settled on that yet. But for now, it's nice to see this big negative space. So that would be cam 1. And cam 2, yeah, that's pretty nice. House crowd. And then I'll go to my spin cams. Okay. Then I'll go to spin cam C. Yeah, it's really good because the banners are now in view. And I'll go to cam 3, which pans the whole shot. Yeah, very nice. This is very nice. And cam 4. Yep, not bad at all. Okay. And the last cam 5. Yeah, this is good. This is good. So, I might speed up the video again as I position these guys on the portable stage, and let me bring back the light truss. And get these guys in position. So there certainly won't be as many of them. Because they'd just be blocking their view. I start dealing with this crowd hopefully in the next lesson. If I can get the lights rigged and scene lighting done here in this lesson, then in the next lesson jump straight to rigging all the robot spectators and getting ready to place them with the system. I was also going to have people hanging from this. I will test it out now with just this. So it'll be hanging, but I'll see if it covers the graphic in a bad way. And there could be people also sitting on the railing. So I'm going to simulate that here too. For this, I can just have a sparse crowd on them. Maybe some of the staircase can show. Going to scan through the cameras again to see how that's going to work. Okay, that's really good too. A lot of negative space up top. And cam 2 does not showcase the portable stages. Cam 3, yeah, this is pretty good. I think we're good. Another big one that showcases them is cam 4. So I'll come here. Okay, yeah, somebody sitting up there. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, this is good, at least for now. The last part of this scene that's needed so that we can move on to the texturing phase is the banners that are going to be hanging from these portable stages. So to create them, I'm going to make them in Zbrush. It's a pretty simple sculpt. But first I'm going to block them out here. So I'm going to select these two portable stages and the floor, isolate them, create a polygon plane, move it into position. They're both, initially I wanted both of them to drape. I wanted one of them to be pinned and the other one to have been draped. I think I'm still going to go with that approach because it allows me to create something different for both sides. I'm going to remove the subdivision width because it's not needed. I'm going to rotate this minus 90 degrees because it means it responds to gravity perfectly. It's hanging like this. And I'm going to span it across here, and perhaps it'd be good to allow some of the bars to show. Spend time modeling them, might as well show some of it. So this one is going to be pinned in position. So I'm gonna make it like that. And it really shouldn't hit the floor like that. So I'm gonna let this one hang like that. And the other one is going to be draping. So it's going to have a part of it that hangs over. So I'm going to extrude. And extrude downward. There's no need to do too much in the back there, but it's going to be like that. And make sure I give it a good amount of thickness, which will really happen in Zbrush. Alright, so those are their two pieces. In order to guide me with the sculpting, I'm going to take all of this to Zbrush as a back plate, sort of like a back plate. So I'll select these two, just hit the up key, actually grab their groups, and I'll export it as an OBJ. And for the planes, they'll also go as a collective. So I'll export them too. Okay, so we're in Zbrush. I'm going to append everything in Subtool Master. Actually, first I'm going to make Polymesh 3D. Take my document, reduce the range, change my background color, go to Subtool Master, multi-append, and both of them are in here now. Change the material to my favorite. So those are the planes. It can't be seen, so I'm going to turn on double for now. And duplicate them. Solo them for, actually I'm going to increase the document size. I don't like working with these small documents, so I'm going to go 1920 by 1080 big size. Let's bring them back in, and might be a smart idea to split them for now. So I'll go split hidden and start with this one. I'll take the build up brush and frame it. Turn on polygons. I'm going to turn off SMT and divide. So this one is actually draping over, so I'm going to do some build up on these corners. I need more geometry. And just start with a basic block out. Very cloth-like. Keep adding geometry because reduce the intensity and go with a nice cloth-like swoop like that. So this is a good starting point. And I'll just use my Damien standard to continue the cloth-like forms. Actually, I'm just gonna go with, I like how this feels not hanging but actually pinned in place, like how most banners are. So I'm going to delete hidden and just go with a pinned banner effect for both sides. I think it looks good. I'll just make sure that the sculpting is significantly different. So this area has to swoop down a bit. Let me turn on the stages. See what it's looking like. I'm gonna split these two so I can hide this too. So I'll go split hidden so I can hide that one and focus here, and working on that one, so this one has to hide so I can focus there. I'm going to turn on SMT and divide, so I start getting some good smoothing. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate it and go deformation. Let me see what polish by features does, and that's not bad. I'll take that for this side. It was a little harsh. Let me just do a regular polish, a regular clay polish. Is also a bit harsh. Reduce it a bit. Have a stylus feel to it, I'll take it. Yeah, works. 16,000, I might take it as is. All right, I'm going to do the other side. I'm going to do a little bit more of an offset on that one, just so have a nice breakup. So I'm going to turn off SMT, divide it, and perhaps start working on that dip early. Divide it. I'll make sure I have a little bit more of an offset on this one. Divide again. Start blocking out some of it now. Actually, I don't have enough information. It's always good to block do a lower level block out. That's what I actually should have done. Yeah. And about that. And then I'll start taking my Damien. Start pulling these out. This will be light. I don't want it to be too far. And divide and start. Let me see the lowest possible subdivision level I could take. It's about 4K. And then do a smooth. And it's probably the same with the other side. Okay. Yeah. 4K works. So I'm going to export them back into Maya and probably do the extrusion there. Alright, so we're back in Maya. I've hidden the proxies I created and I'm going to get a finished sculpt in here. And I'm going to add selected objects to the view. Yeah, and they're not that expensive. They can be smoothed and they're pretty lightweight. And to take a look at their mounting UV editor. Yeah, I should have UV'd them before sending them out there, but I have a nice solution I can use to fix them and make sure they're fairly accurate. So I'm going to apply a new material. I'll just make it a simple blend, and then I'll apply a checkered material to the blend. Hit the 6 key. Okay, so that tells me how badly they're distorted. So I can take this UV shell and scale it down till I get about the correct proportions for this cube. That's about right. And do the other side too. Just select this. Scale it down so I get the appropriate proportions. And that works. Now I'm going to just duplicate them like the originals and extrude these. Go back to give them some thickness. And do the same thing on the other side. That's it for these hanging banners. So I'm going to call this PS Game Banner. I'm actually going to identify it by the axis. So I'll call this one -Z, just so I know that it's in, actually it's the positive Z. It's pointing in positive Z. Or the positive Z axis is pointing at it. No, this should be negative, I'm sorry. -Z. And this one would be positive Z. So basically, front and back. I could just say front and back. Scene front. Scene. And I should probably use the same identifiers for this. Say scene back. Scene front. They're just better names. Scene front. Move this. Okay. And I'm going to hit the 3 key to see how well they smooth, or if they smoothed issues. No issues, smooth's fine. Alright, so I'm going to put this one in its respective group, and that one in its respective group. And I should be able to bring back the rest of the scene. Now it's time to inspect them. See how they look in our cameras. So I'm going to hit 6 here so I can see my checkered texture, and I'm actually going to tone down the specular roll off of the blend. Alright, so in camera 1, okay, it's pretty good. Camera 2, more in camera 2, camera 3, okay, and camera 5. That's really nice here. Actually, not 5, 4. 4 is the. Alright, looks pretty good. It looks like I didn't really do a good job of checking on these UVs and making sure that there were no issues. I'm going to go to the UV editor. The first sign is the red. It lets me know they're overlapping UVs. I know why that's happening. It's just the backside sharing the same UV as the front because it was extruded. So I'm going to just select by UV shell, select this backside, and move it out the way. And then I will unfold it. And it should be fine. It's blue. It's just gonna be black. It's the backside. I'll shade it a very flat color. It can stay in this tile. I don't really care about that and the edge. What's more important is the front. Now the front, I have to make sure that it's oriented sensibly. So if I select the vertices at the top here, they don't correspond to the top, and the vertices on the side here don't correspond to the left side of the screen. So that's 2 flips that are needed. So I'm going to select this thing, go to transform, and flip in the U, and then flip in the V. It's still turned around, so I need to resolve that. Okay, so that what that's telling me is that I might have the normals, surface normals pointing in the wrong direction. So I'm going to select this, flip it anyway to get the red, and then select this face. Let me isolate this. Go isolate it. And I'm going to showcase the face normals for this. So select the UV shell. Probably should select faces. And go custom. I have face normal stored here. It's somewhere in this menu. Face normals right there. So this is where it comes to. Let me show the face normals. Minimize this. Show face normals. Yes, they look like they're pointing in the other direction. So I'm going to reverse them. I have that on the shelf too. So I'll select this, reverse face normals, and that should fix it. It's also somewhere in those menus. Reverse face normal. Let's just put it reverse. Yeah. So that should be fine now. If I select this and I go to the UV editor. Okay, so now the back is messed up. So select all those faces and also reverse them. Right, and that should be fine. So now if I select the vertices, top row should correspond to the top, and then this side should correspond to the other side. I'm going to fix the other side the same way. First, I'm going to select by UV shell. So UV shell, select the back side, get it out of there. And then I'm going to unfold it. Okay, and then I'll select the entire thing because I know all the normals are messed up. And then I'm going to go reverse normals. Okay, but grab UV shell, grab verts. Okay, so it's wrong as far as. I'm going to flip this in the V. Select vertices. That corresponds to the top. That's the side. Alright, and I'm going to have to run that operation again. So I'm going to select all this, reverse normals, and it should be good now. So this corresponds to the top. This corresponds to the side. All right, so that's it for repairing these two banners. So for the vertical banners on the side, I'm going to be using these two graphics from Vector Corp on freepik.com. They're amazing pieces of art, and I think they'll work really well up there. One thing I do have to take into consideration is how high contrast they are, specifically this one. So I have to take them into Photoshop to make some changes. This one is pretty low contrast, but I'm even going to reduce the contrast even more by replacing the white in the image with a tone that is closer to this earth tone. This one has to be completely overhauled. As far as the color is concerned, I'm going to be going with a more green tone. So it's going to be two earth tones. It's going to have a more greenish tone. So there's still two earth tones, but one side is going to be brownish and the other side is going to be green. So let me open both of these images in Photoshop. That's the first one. And that's the second one. So I'm going to start with this one, and the way I'm going to change the color is with a gradient map in Photoshop. So I'll select gradient map, and it comes in with this default color. I should have this selected. Okay, so I have the brown tone. So, okay, so that is the start. And then for the second tone, I'm going to pick also this brown tone, but I'm going to make adjustments. All right, now I'm going to focus on the next one, and I might as well just use the same gradient and make changes to the color. So I'm going to tile these two images and shift drag this here, but I'm going to change these colors to a green hue. I'll start there, and I'll move this also into the green. And this is a little bit more of a mint green. I think it's a little too vibrant, so I'm going to try to go for a little more of a desaturated. I don't want it to stand out too much at all. And I might also reduce the brighter color of this one because I think it's a little too bright. Okay, that's about a match, a good match. These colors are important because they're also going to dictate the color of the groups that are standing by these banners. So I want the background to be truly unified, so the crowd is going to use a color scheme really close to this and this. All right, let me get these into Maya. So I'm going to save my result. All right, so we're here in Maya. It's time to apply them. I'm going to apply this one first. And I'll start with a standard surface shader. Actually, I'm going to go to the UV editor where I have arranged the tiles properly. And I'll select the faces here and make sure I assign a new material. And I'll assign an Arnold standard surface shader. And the naming convention I like to use is, AISS underscore, and this would be the, maybe look for the front of the scene. Okay, this is the front of the scene. So this would be the screen right banner. AISS screen right vertical banners. And this blend color, map it, find out what it's applied to. Okay, this backside, and yeah, it's applied to all of these backsides. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one color, one material for both of their backsides. So I'll select, start here, and I'll assign another standard surface shader. Assign new material. Go to Arnold, go to AI, and give it AISS vertical banners backside. And I don't want any properties, it's just going to be dark. I want to make sure I'm not utilizing any of these expensive shading features. We just need a simple flat color, matted feel going for. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to first go to the UV editor, grab the front faces, and assign a standard surface called AISS vertical banner screen left. And it doesn't appear to have anything selected to its faces on the backside, so I'm going to select all those faces. And I'm going to right click and assign existing material and look for the vertical banners backside that I just created. Find these two shaders. that one. I'm going to select it, map it in the hypershade, and add the other one to it. Screen left, select it, and add the selection to graph. So now I have both of them, and I'll map them. And I'm going to load in my two textures. So I hit Tab, go to File, Texture, and I'm going to load in the first one. Next, make sure I name it accordingly. So I'll call this, use the prefix file, go vertical banner, screen left, file, vertical banner, screen right, and I'll load it in. Okay. And I'm going to just pipe them into the base color. Pipe that into the base color. See what we have. Okay. So that's that. And it's time to make some major adjustments. I'm going to close the outliner. And I'm going to start with camera 1, shot cam 1, see which of them is showcased in shot cam 1. Okay, so I wanted to see how they came in because I'm going to decide, actually shot cam 3 is the best one to use to fix both of them. So I'm going to come here. All right. So I want the eyes to be really low so they're always in frame. Right, so I'm going to, it's actually also really interesting looking when it's in like this because it allows for some negative space here, but I'm going to save first so I can revert if I don't like what I'm about to do. The way I'm going to adjust them is to adjust their UVs. So that's why I started with this one because it's going to be the simplest one to adjust. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select I could select the UV shell, all of them, and then start scaling it down till I get to the focal point that I'm interested in. Probably move it up. Yeah, and then have the eyes in frame like that. Let me see how that feels like. Yeah, it looks good. I like that. I think it's a better choice to go with that. All right, so I'm going to do the same to the other side. And this I'll continue to adjust it because even my cameras, I have a feeling that I might make some minor adjustments to them. Well, I will definitely be making adjustments to them throughout the course of this project. So I'll always be coming to these to make sure they are adjusted to help the framing of the shot. So they look a lot better based on the changes made to the camera. Okay, let me close this one too. Okay, so that's really exposed. Let me look at camera 2, I think. Yeah, camera 2 is there. I don't think it's too distracting. And if I have to, I can always go and change the contrast. There's an additional element I'm going to add to them shortly, but just want to make sure they're functioning. All right, so let me try cam 1. I think cam 1, okay, shows a little bit of them. Okay, that's interesting. And then I don't think Cam 4 shows any of those banners. Okay, and Cam 5, yeah, shows nothing. But my spin cams will definitely, yeah, showcase. Yeah, we'll showcase some of this, and the other side will definitely be showing a lot of it. So yeah, I think that's good for them. All right, the next graphic I'm going to use is by Red Gray Stock on freepick.com, and what he has is this really cool flyer graphic, and I think it's going to work really well on the vertical banners on every other section. So it's going to be at the bottom, it's going to be like a flyer on top of the banner. And I'm doing this because when I look at my reference that inspired this scene, there are some additional bits of artwork on top of the underlying graphic, and I think it looks really cool. So what I've done is, the graphic came like this in 4 parts. I split them to isolate the graphic, and I found out the exact dimensions in Photoshop in order to be able to load them in and not have to do any resizing. I'm going to go into Maya, and I'm going to use these dimensions. I'm going to go here into Maya, and I'm going to create a polygon plane. And this is going to seem really weird, but I'm going to enter those dimensions into the plane. First, I'm going to reduce its width and height to 0. Yeah, 1373 and 2062. And so now that I have the correct proportion of those graphics, I can just scale it down and start loading them in. But before I do that, I do have to UV. So I'm going to take this and go UV planar and make sure I'm UVing in the Y-axis so it looks down. I am also going to give it a thickness, so I will go extrude and go in the opposite direction. I'm going to check the face normals to make sure they're fine, and they do not appear to be fine, so I have to make sure I reverse so the face normals are pointing out. Okay, that looks good. And now I'm going to go into the UV editor, and this appears to be the back side. That's definitely not the accurate proportion. I may have used the wrong settings for planar. So I have to keep image width and height ratio, so I'm going to go apply. There we go. And for this second UV shell, it doesn't really matter because it's the back. I'm not going to see it, but I'm still going to make sure I flip it just so it's not showing the wrong side. This, just like the vertical banner, backside of the vertical banner will receive a black material. Quite frankly, I can apply that material right now to it, so I don't have to apply it 4 times. I'm just using it for the backside of all graphics. So I'm going to right click, and I should probably change its name, assign existing material, and I called it vertical banners backside. I'll assign that. And I'll select this piece and just call it all banners backside. AISS, all banners backside. Okay. So with this one, should be fine. But actually, if I do texture it in Maya, I am probably going to end up scaling this. Yeah, I think it's actually going to load in correctly. I'm going to go back to making it fill the entire tile because Maya is going to load in the texture, filling in the entire tile. So as long as this is sized correctly, these proportions are correct, it's going to inherit the correct proportions of the image. So I'm going to go apply and make sure it fills the whole thing. Now I'm going to assign a material to this. Assign new material. And I'm going to pick the AI standard surface shader. I'm going to go ISS flyer A to duplicate and change this. But for now, I'm going to just load in the first one. Okay, So there's the first one. And yeah, they will load in correctly. So what I'm going to do is duplicate 4 more. Let me center pivot first. And duplicate to create 4 more copies. And then go into the shader. And that's the flyer. I'm going to isolate it. And to get the other ones in, actually let me get a proper naming convention here. So I'll call this a file flyer A, consistent. Then I'm going to go select the material, go edit, duplicate, shading network. And I'm going to do this 4 times, edit, duplicate, shading network, edit, duplicate, shading network. Name them accordingly. So this is going to be B, and I'll make sure the file name is set to B, and this will be C, and its file is set to C, and this will be D, and its file name set to D. And I'm going to arrange them just in the correct order. This is C. And this is D. And I'm going to apply them to their respective faces. Let me select this face. And zoom in there, assign material to selection, do the same thing here, select this face, assign material to selection, and select this face, and assign material to selection. And then now I'm going to just load in the others. So I have that. And load in the next one. That. And load in the last one. Okay, so that's 4 flyers. I'm going to minimize this and start positioning them on every other vertical banner. So I'll pick these 2, start with these 2, and rotate them 90 degrees, minus 90 degrees, and 90 degrees. And this is cam, I'm going to go to cam 3 to help me do this a lot better. So this is for the green side. Okay. And I'm going to place these banners, these flyers, on every other. They are very high contrast, so that's something I will probably go and change. But it depends. I've not decided what size they're going to be. They're definitely going to be small and confined to a corner of it, so they don't overwhelm the main graphic. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty high contrast, so I will be going to change that. Position them right there. So look at that. I actually think this would work better if it's on the opposing end there. But they're definitely they definitely look mismatched. So I think I'm not only going to reduce their contrast, but also modify their color scheme a little to match the graphic they're on. Let me place the other ones first, and then I'll decide what is going to happen. So I'll rotate these 90 degrees. Go to the other side. Not yet sold on them, so I want to see how it will best contribute. This looks pretty nice, and perhaps that is what should be the plan. These feel really small, and maybe that's why they don't look so good. Let me try increasing their size. I'm going to go to the right view, frame and 4. I want to move the pivot here so I can scale it from the edge. So if I scale this up, it's kind of cool because it helps to frame this, but definitely have to go play with the color scheme. Let me try this one too. Let me go to the right, hit 4, and scale this up. And so I definitely like the placement, but it's time to go into Photoshop and see what I can do to modify how high contrast they are and their color scheme. And I'm going to use the gradient map again. This one is going to have to be a lot more complicated color scheme. Some browns. I'm going to pick 3 colors, 3 swatches in this case. See what the green does. All right, I'm going to test this out. Yeah, it blends in a lot better. It's still a little busy. So I'll see if this idea is actually good. But for now, I am going to transfer this to the rest of them. Kind of got the names mixed up because they were already named on file with letters. So I have to make sure I either change these file names back so they match the graphic. So I'll do that when it's all done. I'll change this file name. I'll have to find this one manually for now. It's that one. Okay, so I'll load in the new for now I'll stick with this. Depending on how distracting it is or how well it works with the crowd that's standing over there and this wall, which I haven't turned on yet, but there's a wall back there. I'll see how well they all blend in, and that will determine whether I move forward. Let me open the rest of them and get them also colored. I'm gonna grab this. Actually put this over there, so I can gain access to its. Actually, I might just start with whatever color scheme this has and then make the modifications. Maybe a lot lighter. feels good. Copy that. Paste it here. Okay, so yeah, it does look pretty busy, so I might discard this idea, but for now just play around with it and see what it feels like. I like that it frames the, specifically for this side, it frames the eyes. Maybe it should be doing the same thing here too. Yeah, definitely should be acting like a framing element. Let me make it more flush with, and let me also go to the right view, hit 4, and make sure these guys are also at the corner. So I can scale them up or down. I think this one should go down a bit so it doesn't completely obscure her eyes. Yeah, it's pretty busy. I think when it's small and all that, this extra detail is just in this small quadrant, it really draws a lot of attention, but the bigger it gets, it doesn't feel like this over detailed background element. But it's still busy, so maybe it'll come down to going into Photoshop and painting out some of this information, but I'll hold off on that till I get all the rest of the graphic data in here. This one seems to really work because I used almost replicated the gradient map, so that might also be the issue that makes this one a little bit too, it makes it stand out too much. So I might have used too many colors. So let me try to go in here and look at this. Yeah, this vibrant orange might not be a good idea, so I'm going to go like that, save, take this vibrant orange out of there, save. That's interesting. Let me take a look at her portrait. Okay, I probably should have gone with the lighter gradient color too. This is really dark. So if I go like this, just make it slightly darker. I have that. And I'll take this banner, go with that one, and save, reload, and okay, so now it blends a little bit more better. That might suffice to make those banners look a lot more interesting in the background. Yeah, it was just the color scheme was a little bit too complicated. But I'll come back and revisit this, because even when I look at the way it transitions with its surrounding, that feels a little weird. So maybe it could use like a black banner around it, or it should just be scaled to occupy the entire region. So I'll try that too. Actually, let me try that. I'm going to take this center pivot and scale it to occupy the entire banner. See if it works. Just reduces the detail that the eye is trying to process. I'll go over here, center pivot, do the same. Make sure it occupies the entire tile. Yeah, that definitely feels good, at least from the perspective here. Feels good. I'm gonna do it here too. We'll center the pivot and scale it to occupy the entire. This reduces the detail that is coming from those edges. Feels distracting. Center pivot and scale it. All right, so this is where I'm going to stop with this. I think I have something interesting. Maybe I should look at it from a different camera. Maybe I'm getting used to. Yeah, it feels pretty cool. Still a bit detailed, but at least it blends in with its surroundings. All right, so for the portable stage banners, I will be mixing a few graphics together. On this side, I have a monster from Vector Corp on Free Pick, and I also have a burger from him. And on this right side here, I have work from Macro Vector. And what I'm going to do is mix this bite graffiti with Vector Corp's burger. And I'm going to mix this bluish graffiti, this Git God graffiti with Vector Corp's monster. So the first thing I'm going to do is isolate this monster because I want to put a gradient in the background that uses the colors in his eyes. So I'm going to select the object selection tool. And if you hover, when you're on the right layer, it will hover over this to let you know that it can isolate this. So I will select it and create a mask for it. And that's something I already did here. So I have a mask and I was playing around with some gradients. But before I put in the gradient, I want to make sure I mix it with its respective graphic here. What I'm going to do now that I have this isolated piece, and by the way, it's just, you just sort of select this and then you can just hit the mask tool and then it will just isolate the object you have selected. So I just wanted to show how I did that. Let me delete this mask because I already have it up here. I'm going to do the same thing for this to see if it will get a good selection. So I'll take the object selection tool, hover over this, and it seems to have selected a lot of it. Not all of it though. There's some parts in the feet where it's not doing as good of a job. So with this, I'm going to try a different method first, which I think is a lot easier. So I'm going to select that region, go Control J, and drag it into this shot. Then I'm going to just get my regular magic wand and select. Make sure contiguous edges is not connected, not selected. Select. The tolerance is too high, so I'll go 0 tolerance. And I actually might want contiguous edges to be selected so that I could isolate my selections. I hold down Shift. I don't want it to select the white in here. So I think that's the selection I want. So I'm going to go select inverse and mask it. So now I have this graphic on its own layer. And I actually need to erase the edges because I didn't do a good job isolating them. So I'm going to take the eraser tool, make sure it's a solid, and just, actually the easier thing to do would just be to paint black into the masks. A non-destructive way to deal with this stuff. So I'm going to paint out that edge. I'm pretty sure it's doing it up here too. And I'm also going to, because I was not able to get this shadow from my selection of him, I'm going to see if I can use the magic wand instead. It's a pretty cool selection. Let me go select inverse and go Control J to isolate that. So I might use the version with the ground, depending on which one is better. This is a lot cleaner, but this one has a ground, so we'll see. I don't think I'll need it, but I just want to make sure I have that copy. All right, so what I'm going to do now is go to Image, Canvas Size, and I'm going to go to percent, and I'm going to extend the document screen left by 100. So I'll go 200 here and go OK. And this is so I can create this graphic. So I'm going to turn my did go to on. Try to get something that maybe overlaps in an interesting way. And the more I look at it, the more I realize I might not need the characters. I don't think I need the characters. I think it would be a nice graphic if it was just the font and the monster. I'm going to make that edit. Let me duplicate this and hide this for now, and just paint onto the new mask and get this out of here, and the ground too. In the spirit of keeping things simple, right? Those banners are really intrusive where they are, so just want to make sure I don't over design that background. Okay, so that should lose that. I'm going to zoom in. Okay, so now that I've gotten rid of that, I'm going to go on top of here, create a layer, and try some freeform shading initially just to get things back in order. I don't think I need any precision tools here. I think just some simple freeform shading should resolve this. Here I might need some more precision shading, but we'll see. I think ultimately this will work. Yeah, it's too small to matter, so this will suffice. So that should do the trick. Let me turn them back on. I think this will work really well. I'm going to select both of them, center it a bit more. Sorry, I left out an important element. Let me group this, center it a bit more. And then, because he is the focal point of this graphic, I'm going to create that gradient again with the eyes. Grab the gradient tool, and it looks like I still have those colors selected. I sampled them from the eyes here, those two gradients. So I'm going to, now that I have a new composition, I'm going to start here. And it looks pretty cool, but actually I think I do like the gradation to not extend so far to the edge, so I'm going to keep it really contained. Yeah, like that. Let me try again, just a little slightly larger. Yeah, just like that. I think this still has some floating pixels. I'm going to use a gradient map tool to try to unify this. So I'll go gradient map and isolate it here. And I just want to pick colors from his eyes. So I'm going to try to pick there. And this time I'm going to pick a whole array of these colors just so I can get to some kind of a result that looks good. I want this to be at the end. Okay, so it's looking like this. I do need some semblance of that. Yeah, this kind of helps it to not be so busy. That's definitely not good. So more so like that. Let me see if I can pick an even darker hue like that. I think that works. But I do have to weld this. Let me get this out of here. And group this first. Group Control J. And merge group to create one piece. And then this impacts that. So it's really good. It does help him be the focal point, but this could potentially still be a little distracting. So I might end up having to come back and mute him down. But another thing I want to try with him too was I wanted it to look a little bit more dynamic. So I was going to rotate him like this. This makes for an interesting graphic. Yeah, I'm going to go with this as my starting point. So I'm going to save this and move to the burger. First, let me see where I want this to be. I think this one is better suited to be over here, this banner. So this is the scene front. So I'm going to call, save as, call it portable stage, banner, scene front. Okay, I'm gonna move to do something similar for this. This bite is definitely busy. I might have to take it apart to get her out of there. Okay, okay, so I will first go image, canvas size, and this time I will extend the other way, percent 200, and go okay. And it looks like I do have to isolate this from its background. I'm going to use the object selection tool again, highlight this, and that's not bad, so I'll isolate that. Okay, that's not bad at all. And I'll grab this graphic. And go Control J to duplicate a copy of it and bring it in here and scale it up. And I'm going to give the same treatment to isolate her from the shot. So I'm might be able to select her. I haven't played with this tool as much, but I'm sure there's some settings here that allow you to tone down and let it focus on smaller selections, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be helpful to me right now. So I'm just going to use the magic wand tool, select all the white, delete it, and then manually go in there and paint her out. So I'll actually just erase her. Let me duplicate this. And I'll start erasing her out. The layer on top of this. So I'm going to take my brush, start painting what I think he would have done. Okay, now that I've not know that. I'm gonna change the brush to a softer brush and just blend this so it better matches what he has. Sample that. Do a much better job blending. Okay, doesn't have to be too perfect, but I think that is good enough for the team. I have to move on. Zoom out and try to invent here. All right. So this one too, I like these colors a lot better. So I'm going to hit Ctrl J to duplicate this and Ctrl G, call this the workroom, like this. And then I'm going to also give it some dynamism, make it angled like that. And I'm going to take this and do the same thing. And I do want to mix them in an interesting way. So I'm going to, this would be like a commercial, like an advertisement in the background. Yeah, I like this, but let me try also just having it straight. Maybe it's not so bad of idea just to have it like that. That also might work. Yeah, this actually might work better. So next thing I'm going to do is grab that gradient map and start to sample some of the colors from here. Try to get as much of them as possible. That is actually not bad at all. Let me see if it really needs to be. I wonder if, no, we do need a color there. Which one is the question? It might be this one. It is crazy because it's obliterating a lot of that. What makes this cool? I wonder if this would work as is. Let me try getting a background in there, a background gradient, where I utilize this and what's the darkest yellow? I suppose would be this. If I was to go. Even with the gradient. Yeah, I for sure think that I want to mute those colors because it's just too much. This might suffice. Let me look at just a little slightly larger, more contained gradient. Those edges are chewed. I wonder why. Let me try try a selection. Sorry, on this, I'm gonna need a little bit more tolerance, maybe 15. Okay, that's not enough. 40. There we go. And then what I'm actually going to do is turn off contiguous edges so it selects all of them. And I'll go select inverse and then just erase this horrible layer of, ouch, be careful, I have to be careful. I gets rid of those chewed edges, and I think this is it. I actually should move this closer to the center. And I kind of like the little gradient on the side, so I think it's going to work as is. So that's it for this one too, and it's time to send them over there and adjust my UVs to make it fit. And select this. It already has a blend, so I will apply my generic shader that's for the backside of all the banners. Let me find out where it is. Another way. So AISS all banners, select it, add it to the viewport, and then I will select all of this and assign, so it deals with the backside, gives it a dark shade. And then to grab my actual face that I need, I'm going to go to the UV editor, grab this face and go assign new material and go AISS standard surface. Okay, so I'll call it AISS portable stage banner scene front, and I'll load in the texture. Let me get the face normals off of this. I forgot to take it off. Okay, so I'll have to do some adjusting of, because it is stretching it quite a bit. So I think I really should have never really touched this UV shell. But actually, I should have. No, I might leave it like this. I'll see. There'll be many opportunities to play with this, but I didn't really notice this, but this is penetrating just a little bit. I'll center pivot and move it a little forward. It's penetrating the stage. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to adjust this. It looks a lot stretched, so maybe keep it its original. All right, let me go get the other side, and then I'll scan the scene and finalize the stage of the texture and move on to the substance painter stuff. These are the only two things that are going to be textured here. So with that selected, I'll go to the face, assign a new material, pick a standard surface shader, call it AISS portable stage banner scene back. I hope I'm being consistent with these names. I don't think I did portable stage. Well, let me load this in first and I'll check that after. So this one also have to be scaled. Okay, so let's see what this feels like. So if I go to shot cam 1, I'm sure I deselect this. Okay, that's not bad at all. The unification of the color worked. All right, don't want that busy graphic being super distracting, so that kind of works. Okay, so when he's done, let's go to cam 2. And 2 shows none of that, so it doesn't matter. But my spin cams over here do show a small slither of it. That looks really cool. And the second spin cam shows our monster. And the third cam shows the trees going. You see the whole stage. That looks good. And then the fourth cam is, okay, her over there. Looks really cool. I think it'll be really nice because her fit is going to be red. I'm considering it being red, so I think it will work well with all these guys in the blue shade, plus this blue or teal, whatever this color is. There'll be a color palette that's similar to it, and it'll really outline her in red as well. So I'll see. And let me see how this thing looks like when she tosses the stick. Very cool, actually. And then cam 5 is the last. Yeah, so surprisingly this worked better than I thought. A lot less busier than the side banners. I'm going to deal with this light truss that I purchased. It looks like it didn't really come with the best of UVs. I'm not really interested in over texturing it. This is not seen as much or that close up to be over textured. So what I'm going to do is just at the very least transfer its materials to Arnold's material. So it comes in with a Fong shader, and I'm going to select it. That represents plastic, the actual light, and then this. I'm just going to make this steel. So let me open my shader, select its, actually I might not even need to select it here. I can go right here and change it to an Arnold standard surface. I think you can go AI standard surface, and it transitions it to 1. I'll make it a little darker, call it AISS light plastic, light truss plastic. And I'll make sure that the roughness is a lot tighter, color is a lot darker. I won't go too dark, and make sure it's fairly glossy. All right, and then I'll do the same with this metal, transition it to an Arnold standard surface, and then I'll go into the presets and pick the brushed metal and replace. So it's gonna have like a really sheeny result. I'll get to troubleshoot this in the next lesson. I've decided to save the rigging of the lights and the look dev work, just really setting up the scene to be the way it's supposed to look like for the next lesson. I'm going to be using light gobos and a whole bunch of things to really illuminate this thing correctly. So for now, this will suffice for this light. Steel, plastic, and I'll leave this material as is for now. I'm still contemplating on whether or not I need to turn it into a mesh light. A mesh light is geometry that illuminates, but I want to see how the rig turns out. I'm going to actually just rig one, turn it into a model asset, and duplicate it for all the rest. So that's going to be next lesson. But for now, this is enough for now. So I'm going to, I don't think I renamed this. I should, yeah. AISS. Light truss steel. So all that is left to complete the texturing of this shot is the center stage, the bleachers, and the portable stage. Or I really should be calling this the center mat, or the studio mat, the center. Anyways, initially I had decided to take the bleachers and the portable stage to Substance Painter to texture them. But now that I think about it, I think it might be just a little too extra, considering that the bleachers can barely be seen. They're going to be completely obscured. And if I take this to Substance Painter, I would be coming back with a base color, a roughness, a metallic map, and a normal map, considering how the metal presets work, the channels that they have. That is just too much. I think even one map is too much, but in this case, since it's UVing tiles, it would be 4 for each, and I think this project is going to be heavyweight enough with all the VFX, the end cloth and stuff like that. I don't think I need to have more textures than I should, especially when I can resolve these here in Maya. So what I really want is a simple metal for these bars, some kind of a plastic for this platform, a plastic for these at the base, and for the bleachers I just want a metal, so I'll just use a brushed metal and apply to it. So I could do that now. So I'll just select all the bleachers, assign a new material, standard surface, I'll call it AISS bleachers map. And quite frankly, to save even more resources, I could use the same metal that I'm using for this bleacher for the metals over here. So I'll just call this bleachers and portable stage metals. So I will select it, add it to my hypershade, and then select the other metal objects that I want it to be applied to. I forgot this on the other side. And the sign. Okay, so now all the metals are sorted out for this. And this, I want it to be, as I mentioned before, polymer or plastic. So I'm just gonna right click, assign new material, pick an Arnold standard surface. It will really help make this scene lightweight. AISS bleacher, sorry, portable stage plastic, I'll just call it. And I'll look for a preset that a rubber would do, or plastic. This plastic might be a little too sheeny, but let me just try it anyway. Okay, it's a blue hue. I could just alter it to have a darker. Actually, I think I'm going to use rubber. I like that it's a matted feel, has a matted color, and I kind of like that. So I'll go to presets, rubber, replace, and yeah, it's really flat color. All right, so I'm going to have a check of what it looks like. Just really quickly, I'm not going to do too much troubleshooting of shading in this lesson. That's the next lesson when I start lighting, and I'll start dialing things up and down. But I'll just do a quick check. So I'll go to the renderer. Alright, so this is an initial result. The rendering. The metals look really bright. I'll just darken them for now and then focus on troubleshooting all of this at the next stage. Now I'll just see if I can bring down the base color. So about there. That's about what I feel will work. A really hot highlight. And that I might change too, but this is not the time to worry about that. So this is materials applied. I like as is. I'm going to stop. And now focus on the center stage. This center stage is going to have a lot of work done on it. I have a logo that's going to go in the center. I have a scratches and scuff marks texture that I'm going to use to create 2 different colors of scuff marks. And then I have to control the roughness because towards the center of the stage, there's a lot of action here. So there's a lot more scuffs and there's a very high roughness. And as you go to the outer part of the stage, it's a newer material because there's not a lot of action going on there. So the roughness is a lot lower. I'm going to export this and to Substance Painter, work on its graphic in Photoshop, and then start assembling the final result in Substance. I want to talk about some changes I made. I noticed that the normals were reversed, so I did the same thing I did with the flyers and banners that had reversed faces, and I ended up flipping these UVs. So you'll notice they're opposite from where we last left off. They're sort of flipped over. Now, to do the stage, I want to use the character as a guide so I can determine the appropriate size for the paintwork I'm about to do. So I'm going to send the character with the stage to Substance Painter. But first, I'm going to make sure that this stage has a material with good naming convention so I don't have to rename it in Substance. So I'm going to assign its standard surface shader now. I will go assign new material, and then I will assign a standard surface shader, call it AISS Studio Center Stage. Okay. And for the character, I'll show her first. Okay. And what I'm going to do is just pick her body, go File, Export, Selection. It's an object file. Let me turn all this off. Just want a plain object file. Do an import. Okay, and that's just one mesh. So I'll assign it the existing material I created, if I can find it. That one right there. So that should be fine. And I have the stage. And let me make sure that the UV map. Yeah, let me go with a singular. Go UV, I'll do automatic this time. And I'll move it 2 units up. And make sure that it's not overlapping with the UVs of the stage. And another thing I'm going to do is make sure that it's within the shell. That's something Substance doesn't like when there's bleeding. There's none here because I made sure of that, so there's no bleeding anywhere. Doesn't like it when it's bleeding over into the other tile. And you don't want that anyway. That is indicative of an error. All right, export them to Substance as an FBX. Okay. Go into Substance, File, New. Go with the 2K map. Hit OK. Discard. And there it is. So there's our stage, and that's her. I'm going to save this as Studio Center Stage. All that material work was just so I could just toggle her off and just turn her on when I need to see. All right, I'm going to talk about what I'm trying to achieve with this center stage. So this is a really good example of how there's so many scuffs and scratch marks in the center. And as you go towards the outskirts where the dancers don't really make contact to the ground, it's a lot cleaner. And another thing is that towards the center stage, the roughness is high, and then towards the outskirts, there's a higher glossiness, makes for some more crisp reflections. If you look at the scuff marks, there's two types. There's a white scuff marks and there's black scuff marks. So I'm going to be trying to achieve that. And here too, you can see the high roughness, how the scuff marks in the center make it more rough, and towards the outskirts, as it's cleaner, we get more of a reflection. There's still somewhat of a reflection here, but not as crisp as it is on the outskirts. So yeah, these are some more images. I'll come back to referencing these when it's time to get the scratch marks done. But right now I'm going to focus on this center graphic. So for this center graphic, I've decided to use this. This is also from Vector Corp on freepik.com, but I'm going to have to edit it. I'm going to have to do some additional paint work to make it work for a stage. Open this in Photoshop. So I'm going to start by first duplicating it, hide the original, and I want more breathing room. So I'm going to go Image, Canvas Size, and go to percent and increase it by maybe 400 4 times. I just want the canvas to go out like that. Yeah, that's a lot. But also what I'm going to do is go to canvas size and make sure that I have a square graphic. So I'm going to go to the height and match 21504 and go okay. Okay, so now I have like a spherical, something that would work well for a spherical stage. And perhaps where I should start is to pick the background color, which will be whatever is at the outskirts of this. By the time I'm done painting this towards the outskirts, I'll be going more for this hue. So I'm going to sample this and fill in with that color. Okay. All right. And the next order of business is to create a new layer, soft brush, and do the best job I can trying to blend this graphic with the outskirts. So I'm first going to finish this. I think this is something I should use the hard brush for. Start blending it shortly. I think I could go into my soft brush now. What I'm also going to do is add a new layer, and then I'll define a new sort of rim that I'm going to blur to help me transition into this gradient I'm about to put on. go filter, blur, Gaussian. Let's just start. And then I'll just worry about the merge layers and worry about the transition points here. Actually, I'll do that in a new layer, just in case I don't like it. Yeah. Trying to be seen. It's very subtle. This is going to work, but I'm going to experiment with the background. So I'm going to grab my gradient tool and pick hues closer to this, and then towards the outskirts I'll pick like a darker one here, and just see how well it works if I try to unify. I need to do some more painting at that core if this is the approach. I'm going to load it in and see if I like what it's doing first. I just like the transition to black. Gradients always make for some nice designs. So I suppose what I was really trying to test out would be if, let me reduce the opacity of this just a little bit to about that. Alright, I'll take this. It's a really large texture file. Let me look at the size. Pixels, 21K. I hope it doesn't break substance, but so I will save this. It's my final. Alright, so I'm in Substance now, and I'm going to import that resource I just created. So I'm going to go File, Import Resource, Add Resource, and bring it in. Bring it in as a texture. Go Import. It's really large, so I'll be very careful. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on wireframe because I want to be able to see the center well. So I'm going to delete this layer. I should be able to just drag this in initially as a base color, and it should set it up for me. That's a really large texture file. Yeah, it's huge. I'm gonna go here too and set the to ultra high. I really want to see this texture. I don't need too much. Let me just go very high. And then I'm going to scale this thing up. And let me hide her. Okay, I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees. So it's front facing. And show her, see if it's a good size. I'm only taking this risk with this really large file because I know I'm not going to do too much stuff in here. It should suffice. I'll turn off the wireframe. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to start off with is a grunge material that I think is called Subtle Scratches. So look for it, Subtle Scratches right there. And I'm going to add it to the layer stack. And I'm going to make sure it works with a darker color. and it's going to have to be really subtle. I'm going to see if I'm going to pick maybe a multiply blend node first, and then crank it down just to get some grittiness on the stage, just a little bit. And now I'm going to go to Photoshop to prepare my other textures. So the next texture I'm going to be using is this, and it's from RV Design on blast.com. And this is what I'm going to use to create both tiers of scuff marks, the light and the dark. But it's really large, and I'm going to do some editing in Photoshop to tile it better and then blend it better. So I'm going to open this with Photoshop, and I think it's a tileable texture, but I'm going to go Image, Canvas Size. I'm going to go to percent and also increase it by 400, so 4 times its size. Actually, no, 3 times its size is what I'm looking for. So 300. I'm going to do it from the top corner. Go OK. And then I'm going to duplicate the texture. This, and it does tile. So this is something I could have done in Substance. It would have been easy to do in Substance, so this might have been a little extra. So I'm going to Command Shift E, and I'm going to go select, and go Image, Adjustments, Invert, so that the white parts is what I'm interested in adopting for my final Substance layer. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to go File, Import Resource. Bring in the resource as a texture. Import. And now, let me turn this off temporarily. This is the subtle scratches. Preset like that too. And I will bring this in as a mask. So Substance will get in for me. And I actually want 2 of these layers. But first I'm going to control the color to pull out my scuff marks. So there. Or the initial scuff marks, and I'm going to scale this up too. So there, right, so it exceeds, and that looks pretty good. Start turning on the layers underneath. Kind of pretty harsh. It's really too bright of a color. I'm going to tone it down. Both of them are going to be fairly dark. All right, then I'm going to call this one the light scuff marks, and I'm going to duplicate this and rotate it so that I get another tier of scuffs. Might be a bit much. And this one is going to be the darker one, the darker scuff marks. And perhaps I should just play with its size. I'm going to scale it down just a little bit to get something different. I'm going to be painting the edges, painting my own gradient. All right, so this is the starting point. And then what I'm going to do now is contain them to the central part of the stage like I saw in the reference. I'm going to select all of these and group them. And on the group, I'm going to add a black mask. And on that black mask, I'm going to add a paint there and go to my brushes and substance. And I'm going to use this really interesting brush, this cotton brush, to paint in my scratches back, but more towards the center. I'll get a nice big brush, version of the brush. And just paint in my scratches at the core of the stage. And I want a nice, let me go to mask so I can see what I'm doing. And I really do want a good transition, so I'm going to try to paint that transition in with a lower scale, lower value, like significantly lower, so it blends nicely. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use a different brush for this, but this also works. To add some more variance on the edges. And there's this also smooth brush. I think it's a smooth normals. I'm gonna look for it. Smooth. That one right there. And that might also help with this transition. All these transitions. Okay, so I'll go back to material. And before I start painting my own scuff mark, because I'm going to add my own to both of these layers, and make sure this is dark scuff marks. I didn't rename that. Actually, I'm going to do the painting now. There's one more thing I want to do with the normal. So I'm going to start the painting. And to start the painting, I'm going to be using my charcoal brushes. Well, they're not mine, but they ship with the program. So I'm going to add a paint layer to each of these. So I'll add a paint layer. And over here, I'm going to find charcoal. Okay, so those are all the charcoal brushes. I'm going to have this up so I can see some of the shapes I should be looking for. I'll be looking for, I think these ones have a lot of what I'm trying to do to add in there. I'll put this on the side. And then I'll grab some of my charcoal brushes. I'll turn her on so I'll make sure I'm not, that's weird. Okay, there we go. It's painting now. Right, so they're more circular. The scuff marks are more circular. And I'm going to start getting some of that in there. And I'll try to vary the use of the brush and its size. bunch of different brushes to achieve this. I'll modulate the size here. I don't like. Some straights too. Some cross hatching. Zoom in. Get some close up, and then I'll go and do it on this layer too. Very careful with zoom out. I think I have a try this one too. Yeah, I think that's it. I'll take these scuff marks. I don't go too far. And if I need to, I can always come back and readjust them. The last thing I'm going to do is to add a normal map with the same texture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it within this group. This is group contain to center. And I'm going to add a fill layer. And on this fill layer, I'm going to add a fill and a filter. And for this fill here, I want to disable everything but height. And I think I do have to come to this here and only enable the normal map. I only want the normal map from this. So I'm going to come to this fill layer, add my texture right there, and my height. This height. Okay, so it makes for height map. I'm going to take this filter and add a height to normal, and then go in here to height. I don't need the height, I just want a normal map. Here and crank this down. But it looks like my normal map is inverted. So what I'm going to do, I'll just import the original resource and just tile it, because I need to tile it anyway. I'm going to go File, Import Resource, Add Resource. So I'll bring the original resource in, and there it is. And I'm going to replace that and tile it aggressively, because I want this effect to be a lot smaller. I think it'll make for some nice fine detail on the surface, so it just doesn't feel flat, but it is looking somewhat aggressive. If I go to normal, yeah, that's tough. I think this is where I need to be playing with it. Height to depth. Yeah. So reduce the height, depth, and get just a little bit of normal detail. Right. And if it's too much, I'll come back here and tone it down. But I think it's nice so that when looking at it at this angle, there's just a little bit of dirt information, a little bit of a wear and tear. Check my roughness map. Yeah. So this will be really will be a lot glossier I feel like I need to control how much glossiness is on these outskirts here. So I'm going to add another fill layer. It's going to be only for roughness. And I'm going to crank. But that is a good spot, maybe like that. Just so it's not a perfect black. Right. So this means this is a lot rougher and this is glossier. And I'll call this roughness base. And so I have the base color, I have roughness, I have normal. Yeah, and that's pretty much all I want. Anything else is just excessive. All right, so I'm going to export this to my, I don't want that. I'm gonna go File, Export Textures. I want an 8K. I'm gonna take the biggest size possible. And let me look at the template I'm using. And I don't care for any of this. I don't want a metalness. I don't want a height. I don't want a emissive. So I'm going to use this. PNG will be fine. And I don't want for KY, I just want for the stage. So I'm going to export this. Studio, center, stage. And export. Alright, so that's it. I'm going back to Maya. Alright, so I'm in Maya and I forgot to hit record, but I started loading in the material. So I loaded in the base color, set it to UDIMS so it recognizes 5 tiles, make sure it's sRGB, and now I'm going to make sure I have my renderer open so I can take a look at the other stuff like the roughness and the normal. Right, these are some tests I was doing off screen with just the stage. I'm not too worried about that now. As I mentioned before, the real fixing of the scene or the look dev of the scene and the character will happen in the next lesson. I've postponed it to the next lesson. This lesson is almost 5 hours. So I've hidden everything on the stage because I just want to see the floor. I'm actually also going to hide the mannequin. Hit play. Okay, so that's what the stage looks like. Let me go. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm going to stop this and then load in my roughness and see how it impacts the shot. So I'm going to go in here, go to roughness, add a file, call it Studio Center Stage Roughness. I'll try to keep a consistent naming convention. Okay, and then I'm going to load in the roughness. I want to make sure I turn on UDIM tiles. And it's also going to be sRGB, I think. Let's see how that looks. This is just a quick inspection. I'm not going to do too much here. Okay, it's not broken. It's a good thing. Okay, I'll stop that, bring in the final thing, the normal map. Back to the shader. Add a AI normal. Call this normal map studio, center, stage, and tab, go file, and go studio, center, stage, normal, and port it in. Make sure it's set to redems, and I'm going to go with raw for this one. Take the hot color into the input and into the normal camera. See if it's working. You might need to change that raw to sRGB. I'm pretty sure it's raw. Let's see. And let me store this. Okay, yeah, so the normal map is also working. I think that's good for now. I'm gonna hit the 7 key so I can go into light mode. And I'm gonna bring everything back. And make some additional adjustments. I'm gonna stop this. No rendering today. Just want to take a look at this. So yeah, it's not bad at all. I'm going to hide all my cameras, they're in the way. I want to end up moving them by mistake. Bring my mannequin back and inspect some of these. So I'm going to go perspective, just look through some of these shot cams, what everything is looking like graphically. A lot of time was spent on the floor, but it's really only highlighted in one of the cameras really well. So for shot 2, you see a good amount of the floor there as she progresses. And it's more so the spin cam. The spin cam is going to showcase the floor. And the spin cam will also show a little bit of it here. Right. And then shot cam 3, which shows a lot of it. Okay. And then shot cam 4, character proceeds. Okay. And all the spinning here, and then shot cam 5. Okay, that's it for the initial texturing. I'm going to turn on the room. This room has a wall. Hope I haven't deleted it. Yeah, I put it in the trash. I have to be very careful. That's why I like to keep the trash, because sometimes I end up just throwing things away I shouldn't throw away. So this room has a wall, and it's going to be of a darker hue. At least for now, that's what I think. I feel like I might want to make it a darker hue. Let me select it and just see. Yeah, it's not going to be a surface shader because I'm still considering putting some lights on back there so that they can rim the crowd of spectators. Before I close this lesson, I realized that I have the wrong colors for these scuff marks. I think they're the wrong color. It just looks like dirt right now. So I'm going to duplicate the light scuff marks, and I'm going to pick a new color from the stage. Yeah, a color that better matches what the stage color is. So something like that. And I think this is more indicative of what it's supposed to be. I'm going to duplicate the dark scuff marks, pick a dark part of the stage, and then go a little lower. kind of have to be of similar hue. So that is a better representation of what I'm seeing in my reference. All right, so you'll see it loaded in the next lesson. And in the next lesson, I'm going to also shade these spectators with a very simple single material to match the banners they are close to a lot better. When it comes time to actually shade the robot spectators, I'm going to be using some more complex color palettes that are very closely tied to the banners around those spectators. So it's going to be a lot more than just one. But in the next lesson, I'll just apply that one. Shade to them as I try to light the scene and figure out what's the best thing to do. These lights up here in the center are going to be illuminating her. They're going to have gobos to allow the dust particles in the air that will be simulated with the atmosphere feature in the renderer. And I don't know if these outer ones should have it too, but these outer ones will be illuminating the crowd for some parts of the shot, because for some parts of the shot, like the end, it gets really dark. So I will be animating these lights that are on the outskirts and supposed to illuminate the crowd so that they're less intense or have lower exposure. I'll start all that work, the lighting, in the next lesson, but I think it's enough for now because this has been pretty long. So it's all the modeling, UVing, texturing, and I'm glad it's a wrap. One thing I might do before I leave is that white rim at the edge. I think I'll save that for the next lesson too, and I'll connect it to the floor better, but it looks like an interesting thing, but it might not be. It's good to have detail contrast that happens in steps. So it's like we have a fair amount of detail here, nice plain flat area here for the eye to breathe. Then you have the detail of the crowd, and we have the nice plain area of the background, and we have the detail of the lights. So it'll help to not make this thing feel so crowded, even though it feels like it's going to be when these robots come in. Anyway, so that's it for this lesson. I'll see you in the next one, where I'll be rigging lights and lighting the scene and making choices about whether or not I'm going to use HDRIs and which HDRIs to use. I will also be fine-tuning all these materials, toning down roughness where it doesn't belong, and just playing around with these materials more to determine what's working. So that means I might end up going back into Substance Painter to play with this stage.